The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 14, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Robert J. Whitman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority-minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties. And each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 250 years ago, history was marked by patriots who proved that freedom belongs to the people, not the powerful. This year, our nation will celebrate 2.5 centuries of freedom not granted by kings or governments, but endowed by God. America's story is unmatched. It is a story of perseverance, faith, sacrifice, and self-government. From Lexington and Concord to the present day, generation after generation has answered the call to preserve this great experiment in liberty. As we approach America's 250th birthday, we have much to celebrate. We celebrate the principles enshrined in our founding documents: limited government, individual liberty, personal responsibility, and the rule of law. We celebrate a Constitution strong enough to endure great challenges. And we celebrate people who have always risen to meet the moment when freedom was tested. And through it all, the nation persevered. Kansans know this story very well. Our statehood was forged in the fire of that very struggle. Kansas entered the Union as a free state, shaped by men and women who believed deeply that liberty was worth fighting for. Kansans didn't just inherit freedom, they helped to defend it. From the frontier to the heartland, Kansans have always stood on the side of opportunity, hard work, and moral clarity. Over the course of our nation's history, Kansas farmers and ranchers helped feed a growing nation. Kansas innovators helped fuel our economy. Kansas service members answer the call in every major conflict to protect this country at home and abroad. The values that built Kansas, faith, grit, service, and responsibility, are the same values that built America. Those patriotic values were embodied by Kansans like President Dwight D. Eisenhower and Senator Bob Dole, whose leadership helped guide America through defining moments in our history and shape the course of the nation. As we reflect on 250 years of our nation's history, this anniversary is not only about looking back, but it's about looking forward and deciding what comes next. The next chapter of the American story requires strong leadership. It requires leaders who believe in this country, who aren't afraid to defend its principles, and who understand that with hard work and prayer, America's best days are yet to come. I'm grateful that as we approach this historic anniversary, we once again have strong leadership in the White House from President Donald Trump. President Trump leads with confidence in America's greatness. He believes in secure borders, strong families, energy dominance, and an economy that rewards work. He understands that both at home and abroad, American strength is not something to apologize for, but something to preserve and protect. American strength makes the world a better place. The world is watching as America is led by a president who puts our country first and is not afraid to stand up for the values that have defined us for 250 years. He believes in the American experiment, and his commitment to celebrating our nation's history brings out patriotism in all of us. Mr. Speaker, America's 250th anniversary should not just be a celebration, it should be a recommitment. A recommitment to the ideals that launched this nation, a recommitment to the Constitution that binds us together through popular sovereignty, a recommitment to the faith in God that has steered us through stormy seas time and time again, and a recommitment to ensuring that the next generation inherits a country that is freer, stronger, and more prosperous than the one we inherited. From the big first district of Kansas to every corner of this great nation, Americans are proud of our past and hopeful for our future. May we honor those who came before us, rise to the responsibilities of 250 years of independence, and ensure that the United States of America remains the greatest nation on earth for centuries to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that today I rise with both anger and urgency. What we're witnessing in this country is not law enforcement. It's violence followed by lies. It's authority without accountability. Since Trump returned to power, at least 36 people have died in ICE custody and 2 have been shot and killed by ICE agents. These are not just numbers. They are lives, people with families. And we must say their names, tell their stories, and stop state-sanctioned violence. Last week in Minneapolis, a 37-year-old American mother, Renee Good, was killed by an ICE agent. It was caught on video for the world to see. And almost immediately, the lies began. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said that Renee Good posed an imminent threat, even floating the words domestic terrorism. But the facts don't back this up. Eyewitnesses don't back this up. The video doesn't back up the lies repeated by DHS immediately after the killing. State and law enforcement in Minnesota have been blocked from the vehicle where Renee was killed because the FBI sealed it off, blocking transparency and accountability. Renee Good's murder is not an isolated incident. In my community, we know this pattern all too well. In September, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, a father of 2, was killed by ICE on the side of a road in my district after dropping off his kids at school. And right on cue, we got the same script. Immediate vague allegations by DHS. Lies instead of facts. No transparency, no accountability, no respect for the family left behind. There's also Marimar Martinez, another constituent. An ICE agent shot her 5 times and then arrested her. ICE leveled serious criminal accusations to justify it. And later, quietly, those charges were dropped. Why? Because they were lies, but the damage was done. Her name was dragged through the mud. Her family was terrorized. Her community is still shaken. This is how a teacher in our community was victimized. And it didn't stop there. Juan Espinosa Martinez, also from my district, was accused of serious conspiracy to commit crimes that never happened. ICE made them up, publicly smeared his name. Those charges were dropped as well because they were false. No apology, no discipline, no consequences. ICE acts first and then lies. The lie sets the frame. The truth is forced to play defense. In 2025, Republicans gave ICE $75 billion, a nearly 300% increase in its annual budget, at the same time that they stripped millions of Americans of their health care. And now Republicans want to give ICE and Border Patrol even more money. We're asked to fund an agency that does the following: sends masked agents into communities like my neighborhood to use loaded guns and tear gas against our neighbors. It arrests people without warrants. It engages in obscene racial profiling and discrimination that communities see clearly, even when Washington looks away. It stops members of Congress from inspecting detention centers, which is their duty as a co-equal branch of government. These facts should outrage every member of this House. If you believe in the rule of law, you should be furious. If you believe in congressional oversight, you should be furious. If you believe that federal agencies should not lie to justify violence, you should be furious. Because when an agency lies to the public, lies to the courts, and lies to Congress, they're spitting in our faces. This is not about being for or against immigration enforcement. This is about whether we tolerate violence followed by cover-ups.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Whether or not we accept fabricated charges as a means of intimidation.
The gentleman's time has
Speaker,
expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor McAllen Native firefighter Sergeant John Air Daniel Marin. Sergeant Marin's life is defined by answering the call to service. At 18, he joined the U.S. Army Reserve. By 19, he was a certified Texas firefighter. From overseas operations to the front lines of our own southern border in Eagle Pass, Texas, Sergeant Marin has selflessly protected our great country. His leadership is exceptional. Out of 25,000 troops, Sergeant Marin was one of only 13 selected to be honored by President Trump in the Oval Office this past December, where he received the new Mexican Border Defense Medal. Today, he continues to protect his community as a firefighter for the city of Mission. Sergeant Marin, we congratulate you on this recognition and thank you for your unwavering service to South Texas and our nation. I rise today to honor Sergeant Estela Rodriguez of the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office on her retirement after 32 years of service. For over 3 decades, Sergeant Rodriguez has not only been a dedicated member of law enforcement, but also a mentor and a leader. Through her work to create the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office Women's Empowerment Conference, she opened doors for the next generation of female officers, instilling confidence in the women who will follow in her footsteps. Her legacy is not just the badge worn, but the countless officers who stand taller today because of her. Sergeant Rodriguez, you leave behind a department and a community that are better because of your work. We thank you for 32 years of selfless service, and we wish you a long and well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the UTRGV Vaqueros for finishing their inaugural season with 9 wins, including all 7 home games, making the Vaqueros the winningest first-year program in football championship series history. The team proved that the Rio Grande Valley is a football powerhouse. Every home game, fans across the valley showed up to cheer on their team, selling out all 7 home games and ranking top 15 for attendance among FCS teams across the nation. To the players, the coaches, and the fans, congratulations on a great season that put UTRGV football on the map and gave the Valley a legacy that will not be forgotten. We are already looking forward to the next season. V's up. Thank you. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in grief and in outrage over the killing of an American citizen at the hands of the United States government. Her name was Renee Nicole Good. She was the mother of 3, a devout Christian, a poet, a partner, a compassionate neighbor. She was a woman whose love for her community was only rivaled by the love she had for her children. Those children will never hear their mother's voice again, feel her embrace, or have her by their side as they grow into adulthood. That's the human cost of what happened in Minnesota last week. Renee Good's life was taken by a federal agency emboldened by this administration. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem have created an immigration and customs enforcement agency with no oversight, no chain of command, no standards, and no restraint. They've created a lawless culture with no accountability, and a mother being shot at point-blank range is the consequence. That's not law enforcement. It's state violence. The Department of Homeland Security was created to protect the American people and defend our nation against terror. Under Secretary Noem, it's become a source of terror for the American people themselves. From pepper spraying children to deploying armed masked agents into neighborhood raids with zero oversight, ICE has become a rogue agency operating above the law. This did not happen by accident. This administration made a deliberate choice. And now, because of it, a U.S. citizen is dead. And she's not the only one. Rather than investing in our communities, they're turning them into war zones. This is about failed leadership at the very top. Kristi Noem took an oath to defend and support the Constitution of the United States, an oath she has violated time and time again. She's obstructed Congress, defied federal court orders, violated due process by detaining and deporting American citizens, and directed unconstitutional ICE operations using militarized agents in American cities. Conduct that culminated in the killing of Renee Nicole Good. Renee should be alive today. Her children should still have their mother. Her wife should still have her spouse. The American people deserve to know exactly what happened, why it happened, and how we ensure it never happens again. But this administration, whose own policies and actions helped create these conditions, cannot be trusted to investigate itself impartially. That's why there must be a full, independent, and transparent process that results in justice for Renee and accountability for those in power who allowed this to happen. Anyone who presides over the killing of American citizens and turns a department meant to protect us into a force of terror does not deserve to remain in office. Secretary Kristi Noem must resign immediately, or she must be impeached. Justice is not optional. Accountability is not negotiable, and silence is complicity. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the Pennsylvania Farm Show, which kicked off this past weekend. For 110 years, farmers have met each January at the Farm Show in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. The event is the largest indoor agricultural exposition in the country, featuring nearly 5,000 animals, more than 250 commercial exhibits, and welcomes more than 500,000 visitors each year. The Farm Show is a great event for all ages and features many educational booths, helping children learn about the ag industry. One of the most popular attractions at the Pennsylvania Farm Show is the food court. Here, visitors can enjoy various food that features commodities grown in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This year's Farm Show theme, Growing a Nation, is particularly fitting as we celebrate 250 years since our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. For generations, American farmers have not only fed this country, they've helped to feed the world, and they've done so by continuously adapting and embracing new tools, technologies, and practices. The success of U.S. agriculture has been built through the ingenuity, hard work, and the strategic application of science and technology. I was proud to help open the 110th Farm Show on Saturday. It is always an honor to meet farmers from across the Commonwealth and learn about how they continue to ensure agriculture remains Pennsylvania's #1 industry. It was particularly encouraging to see many young and inspiring farmers making it clear that the next generation is ready to take charge and lead the industry. I hosted my annual listening session where I was able to take questions directly from producers and consumers. The crowd also included county commissioners, Farm Bureau leaders, state senators, representatives from Penn State, Delaware Valley, as well as lots of 4-H'ers, dairy princesses, and FFA members. As the House Agriculture Committee prepares to craft the Farm Bill 2.0, it is crucial to hear directly from the men and women who feed their communities and this nation. I was glad to be joined by my fellow Pennsylvanians, Congressman Rob Bresnahan and Dan Muser. I was also proud to have Russell Redding, Pennsylvania Secretary of Agriculture, and Dr. Troy Ott, Dean of Penn State's College of Agriculture Science, on the panel. This year, we celebrated passage of my bill, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which will be soon signed into law and brings back the option of whole milk and 2% milk, including flavor, to our schools' meal programs. Dairy farmers from across the Commonwealth championed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, and I want to thank them for their support for this common sense bill. Mr. Speaker, the Pennsylvania Farm Show has grown exponentially since it began over 100 years ago, a direct reflection of how our country's ag industry has grown. It was an honor to attend the Farm Show this year, and I thank all those who worked tirelessly to make this incredible event possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate the 20th anniversary of MyRide.com under the editorship of Jay Sears for its service as an online chronicler of the life and the times of the Rye community. In addition to an active business career and family obligations, Jay Sears somehow finds the time and energy to attend and report on community comings and goings of the people and the organizations in Rye. The high school sports scene, boys and girls sports, are well documented with photos and stories of the athletes as well as scores of the game. My Rye has regular features such as Rye GPT People of Note, the celebrities who live here or have a connection to Rye, a platform to feature the nonprofits of Rye, the Rye YMCA, the Rye Arts Center, the Rye Nature Center, Historical Society, and the Rye Free Reading Room, amongst so many others. He also highlights the inevitably sad news when a longtime Rye neighbor passes away for a final salute. From the floor of the House of Representatives, thank you, Jay Sears and MyRide.com. Mr. Speaker, permit me a shout-out to the many volunteer environmental activists in the village of Ardsley who work tirelessly to advance good environmental policy. Two groups meet monthly to plan and implement efforts to make Ardsley greener and cleaner in air, water, and land resources, the Ardsley Green Task Force and the Ardsley Pollinator Pathway Committee. In attending Zoom meetings, I've seen the energy and dedication of these volunteers, and with the strong voice of Dr. Carol Summerfield, they are making a difference in their community of 4,500 residents. From the floor of the House of Representatives, thanks for backing up your commitment to the environment with hard work. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute the work of Dr. Oloruntoba Iduyemi LaCrown, who's president of the African American Association of Co-op City, and the members of that organization as they prepare to celebrate the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King this coming Monday, January 19th, at the Church of New Vision in the Einstein Loop North of Co-op City in the Bronx. We all know him as Toba, and he and this organization have sponsored important cultural events that unite the African American population in shared moments of pride. Aside from honoring the legacy of Dr. King this weekend, the organization held a recent December celebration of Kwanzaa that drew a crowd to the Bartow Meeting Hall. Toba's leadership has been on display in many forms. As a United States Air Force veteran who served in Afghanistan and later headed the American Legion post in Co-op City, as a former NYPD police officer, and later as leader of the 47th Precinct Community Council, active in Bronx Community Board 12 and the Wakefield Taxpayers Alliance. The legacy of Dr. King is carried down to this day by Toba and all those who gather this weekend who, in the words of Dr. King, are judged and appreciated not merely by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. From the floor of House of the Representatives, we salute Toba LaCrown and the African American Association of Co-op City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you, along with my colleague, Representative Keith Self of the Texas 3rd Congressional District, to honor Colonel Chuck de Bellevue, United States Air Force retired, an American patriot whose extraordinary courage, leadership, and lifetime of service reflect the highest ideals of our nation and the United States Air Force. On September 9, 1972, then Captain de Bellevue and his F-4 Phantom II crewmate, Captain John Madden, shot down 2 North Vietnamese MiG-19s. These victories marked de Bellevue's 5th and 6th aerial kills, making him the highest-scoring American ace of the Vietnam War. Over the course of his career, Colonel de Bellevue flew 220 combat missions, including 96 over North Vietnam. He is credited with the destruction of 6 North Vietnamese jet fighters in aerial combat, making him America's leading ace of that conflict and the last American ace to serve on active duty. His actions in combat remain among the most distinguished examples of aerial valor in the United States military history. His decorations include the Air Force Cross, the service's 2nd highest award for valor, along with 3 Silver Stars, 3 Legions of Merit, 6 Distinguished Flying Crosses, and 18 Air Medals. Colonel de Bellevue earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in physics from the University of Southwestern Louisiana and was commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant in the United States Air Force. Following undergraduate navigator training and an initial assignment flying the F-4 Phantom II at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina, he was deployed to Southeast Asia, joining the 555th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Udorn Royal Thai Air Base, Thailand. Following his combat tour, Colonel de Bellevue attended undergraduate pilot training and became a full-fledged F-4 pilot. He subsequently served with distinction in multiple fighter squadrons, including the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Seymour Johnson, the 8th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Holman Air Force Base, New Mexico, and the 43rd Tactical Fighter Squadron at Elmendorf Air Base, Alaska. His staff assignments included service at the Pentagon, Alaska Air Command, and the 5th Air Force. After his promotion to colonel in 1985, he attended the Army War College and held senior leadership positions across the Air Force. In his final active duty assignment, he was commander of Air Force ROTC Detachment 440 at the University of Missouri-Columbia, where he continued to shape and mentor future officers. Colonel de Bellevue is a command pilot with more than 3,000 flying hours, including over 550 in combat. In 1972, he and the other Vietnam War aces were awarded the McKay Trophy and the Veterans of Foreign Wars Armed Forces Award. He retired from active duty February 1st of 1998 after 30 years of honorable service. Following his retirement from the Air Force, Colonel de Bellevue continued his commitment to service through the work in the aerospace industry, higher education, and veterans advocacy. I am proud to say he currently resides in Oklahoma's 5th Congressional District, which I represent. He serves on the boards of the Dale K. Graham Veterans Foundation and the Air Warrior Courage Foundation, and is president of the American Fighter Aces Association. In 2023, he was honored as a River Rat of the Year and named the Air Warrior Courage Foundation Humanitarian of the Year. Colonel de Bellevue's lifetime of service has been recognized with numerous honors, including selection as Outstanding Alumnus of the University of Louisiana in 2008, introduction to the Louisiana Aviation Hall of Fame in 2011, and the Oklahoma Military Hall of Fame in 2012. And in 2014, he was the recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal as a member of the American Fighter Aces. Colonel de Bellevue and his wife Sally have raised a family grounded in service, integrity, and love of country. Mr. Speaker, Colonel Charles Chuck de Bellevue represents the very best of the United States Air Force and of those Americans who have answered our nation's call with uncommon valor and lifelong dedication. It is fitting that his service and legacy be entered into the congressional record so that future generations may know and be inspired by his example. And with that, we yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I often say that while my name was on the ballot, we are all going to Congress together. And families in Ohio's 13th congressional district and all across the country are telling us that housing costs are rising faster than wages, making it hard to keep a roof over their heads. So today I rise to bring an issue that plagues my community and the entire country, which is the rising cost of housing. In my district alone, over 100,000 households rent their homes. The median renter household income is just above $40,000 a year, yet the median rent is more than $1,000 a month. That means housing costs are often the largest part of a monthly budget, and this is even before groceries, childcare, or healthcare. But it's not just homeowners who are feeling the squeeze. Renters who are feeling the squeeze. Homeowners are feeling the squeeze too. The median home value in Ohio's 13th district is about $228,000, which may sound modest compared to national prices, especially those of you on the coast. But property taxes, insurance, utilities, and repairs add up fast. And with aging homes and data centers driving up the cost of utilities, people are feeling the crunch. For families with a mortgage, monthly housing costs average nearly $1,500, and even those who have paid off their mortgage face rising property taxes and repair costs that strain household budgets. For families trying to buy their first home, the challenge is steeper because mortgage rates may have dipped below 6%, but high prices and limited inventory keep home ownership out of reach for many in my district. And we cannot ignore the inequities baked into the system. In Ohio's 13th district, the home ownership rate overall is nearly 69%, but for Black families, it drops to just 37%, nearly half. That gap reflects generations of barriers we still have a responsibility to address, like redlining and restrictive covenants. For some families, rising costs lead to housing instability or homelessness. That's why last November I pressed the Department of Housing and Urban Development to protect federal funding and homelessness prevention programs in Summit and Stark counties. These continuum of care dollars support nearly 2,700 beds in my district for families, veterans, and young people who need a safe place to sleep. Any cut could disrupt services that people depend on, and most importantly, keep them without a roof over their head. We also have to confront the root causes of this crisis. Large corporate investors are buying up single-family homes, driving up prices and rents, and locking families out of home ownership. That's why last summer I introduced the Homes Act, which cracks down on investors buying 50 or more single-family homes, shines a light on corporate ownership and rental practices, and makes sure local families, not profit-seeking investors, get first access to home ownership. People simply cannot compete with these for-profit corporations, and every family deserves a place to call home. And just last week, President Trump acknowledged the same problem and called on Congress to address it. On this issue, it seems we may finally all be reading on the same page, and I encourage my colleagues to support the Homes Act and see its swift passage. But we also need to build homes, too. Supply simply has not met the demand. That's why I secured federal funding for the East Akron Neighborhood Development Corporation to help expand affordable housing, revitalize neighborhoods, and create jobs. Increasing supply is essential if we want housing prices to come down. As chair of the New Dems Coalition Affordable Housing Task Force, I helped develop a housing action plan with more than 20 recommendations to increase housing supply, reform zoning and permitting, strengthening federal incentives, grow the construction workforce, and improve transparency. Mr. Speaker, housing is the foundation of opportunity. Homeownership is the primary way in which families build wealth. And when housing is affordable and stable, family can plan, save, and build a future. When it is not, life becomes harder. Rents are too high. Mortgages are still out of reach for far too many families. Property taxes and repairs are stretching household budgets, and homelessness programs that protect our most vulnerable neighbors must be preserved. Mr. Speaker, we have to get serious about housing and focus our attention on lowering the cost of housing and keeping housing accessible to everyone. The American dream depends on it. Every family deserves a safe and affordable place to call home, and this House has a responsibility to help make that possible. And until housing costs come down, Congress has a lot more work to do. I look forward to working with this body on behalf of my constituents and across the country to work to reduce housing costs so everyone can live their American dream wherever they choose to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and thank someone whose impact on my office and on me personally cannot be overstated. My Chief of Staff, Nate Soul, as he concludes his service to New York's 17th Congressional District. When I first ran for the State Assembly in 2020, before there was a congressional office or a seat in this chamber, Nate took a leap of faith and helped build a campaign from the ground up. Together, we delivered a victory many said was impossible, defeating an incumbent in a district with a 2-to-1 Democrat enrollment advantage. That race was the foundation for everything that has followed. In Albany, Nate served as my Chief of Staff and helped lead one of the most active offices in the State Assembly. Our team delivered real results for the Hudson Valley and built a reputation for being accessible, responsive, and relentless when it came to constituent services. When I was elected to Congress, Nate once again stepped up, first as Deputy Chief of Staff and Communications Director, and now as my Chief of Staff. Through every transition, he's brought discipline, sound judgment, and an unwavering commitment to the people we serve. Nate understands that public service is not about titles or headlines. It is about doing the work, telling the truth, and delivering for the people who sent us here. His counsel has been steady and measured, his loyalty unwavering, and above all, his friendship cherished. Through Nate's vision, his hard work, and his invaluable leadership, our office has not only been more effective, but has set a standard for what public service can and should be. I have no doubt that he will bring the same integrity and dedication as he embarks on a new chapter. And Doina and I wish Nate and his wife Lauren the very best. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Anthony Tony DeFisciani, who passed away peacefully on December 23, 2025. Born and raised in Haverstraw, Tony was a proud New Yorker, attending Haverstraw High School and participating in the marching band, where he was voted the most musical in his senior year. Following graduation, Tony enlisted in the United States Navy and proudly served during the Korean War. He was awarded the Bronze Star after more than 30 years of service. Returning home, Tony worked at Bear Mountain, Letterly Laboratories, and New York Telephone, Verizon, retiring after 30 years of professional service. He also gave back to his community as a volunteer firefighter with the Haverstraw Fire Department Relief Hose Company No. 3 for 60 years, serving as fire chief. Tony was an avid gardener and fisherman, built his own boat, and ran Rainbow Gardens, known locally for its tomatoes. A devoted husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, he shared 66 wonderful years of marriage with his beloved wife, Joan, and together they raised 6 children. He cherished every moment with his family and community and will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Theodore Ted the Great Schultz, who passed away peacefully on January 10th, surrounded by his family. Born in Nyack, Ted was raised on his grandfather's farm in Pomona and attended Spring Valley High School, where he earned the rank of Eagle Scout. A talented athlete, he wrestled and played football, earning the nickname Tank, and went on to attend Illinois Wesleyan University, where he played football for 4 years and later earned his MBA from Washington University. It was at Illinois Wesleyan that Ted met his wife, Carol, and they settled in Pearl River, New York, where they raised their children, Tracy and Craig, before later moving to Stony Point. Ted built a remarkable career at Ted Schultz Auto Sales, relocating the dealership to Nanuet and growing it into a nationally ranked Ford dealership while earning numerous President's Awards. Beyond work, Ted enjoyed time with friends, boating on the Hudson River, and spending time with his grandchildren. His legacy lives on through the lessons he passed on to his family, his friends, and the many lives he touched. May you rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the S.W. Johnson Fire Department in Rockland County on an incredible milestone of 150 years of dedicated service to our community. Since its formation in 1876, S.W. Johnson has been 100% volunteer, embodying selflessness, courage, and a commitment to protecting our neighbors. One of the department's most treasured pieces of history is its steamer, a button manufactured in 1896 by the company that would become American La France. This remarkable piece of equipment reflects the rich legacy and enduring dedication of S.W. Johnson and the fire service today. To many firefighters who have given their time and bravery to this firehouse over the years, on behalf of New York's 17th Congressional District, thank you. Congratulations to S.W. Johnson on 150 years of dedicated service. Your commitment, bravery, and volunteer spirit are an inspiration to us all. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the courage and selfless service of Officer William Epperson of the Oyster Creek Police Department. Mr. Speaker, on the night of November 17, 2025, Officer Epperson responded to a house fire with 2 residents trapped inside. Heavy smoke was pouring from the home, and the living area was only accessible by an exterior stairwell. When the front door was locked and conditions were too dangerous to enter, Officer Epperson did not give up. Hearing calls for help, he broke a smoke-filled window and pulled a woman to safety. He then returned to assist her husband, who had limited mobility, helping him also escape the burning home. Officer Epperson then ensured no one else was inside and went door to door warning the nearby neighbors, all while suffering smoke inhalation himself. Mr. Speaker, without Officer Epperson's bravery, lives would have been lost that night. His actions reflect the very best of law enforcement and the very best of Texas. God bless Officer Epperson. Mr. Speaker, today we honor a leader whose service has left a lasting mark on the Texas coast and on the safety of millions of Texans. I'm speaking about Lieutenant Colonel Ian O'Sullivan, who has been instrumental in advancing the Texas Coastal Project, what folks back home call the Ike Dike. Under his leadership at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Galveston District, this project moved from concept toward construction. Just recently, the House included $5 million to advance pre-construction engineering and design for the Ike Dike. That funding moves the project forward, Mr. Speaker, as it heads to the Senate and supports a comprehensive coastal resiliency strategy that protects lives, it restores ecosystems, and strengthens our economy. Those numbers only happen, Mr. Speaker, because of leaders like Mr. O'Sullivan, leaders who understand the mission, discipline, and follow through on what they promised. From combat deployments overseas to mega projects right here at home, he has served with honor and excellence. On behalf of the people of Southeast Texas, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel, for your leadership, your service, and your commitment to protecting our coast. God bless you, Lieutenant Colonel O'Sullivan, and may your next chapter be as impactful as the one you leave behind. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Catalina Foothills boys swim team for winning the D2 state championship. The Falcons finished with a total score of 386, with senior Connor Daggett winning gold. The team finished first in 3 races: the 200-meter medley, with Nicholas Dismore, Matthew Murray, Ariston Elsesser, and Connor Daggett finishing with a time of 1:39.89. The 50-meter freestyle, with Connor Daggett finishing with a time of 21:42. And the 200-meter freestyle with Nicholas Dismore, Aiden Kastner, Ariston Elsesser, and Connor Daggett finishing with a time of 1:30.831. In addition to finishing first in multiple races, the Falcons also placed in the top 5 for several others. To Coach Ed Walter, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community extremely proud. Falcons, enjoy your victory. You earned it. Congratulations again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Tanque Verde High School boys swim team for winning the D3 state championship. The Hawks finished with a total score of 257, placing first in the 200-meter freestyle relay and in the top 5 for multiple other events, including the 200-meter medley relay and 400 freestyle relay. The team's time of 1:31.81 on the 200-meter freestyle relay won them first place, with a team made up of Jackson Aftakert, Grayson Thaw, Wade Olson, and Zachary Derkop. To Coach Porter Olstad, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community extremely proud. Hawks, enjoy your victory. You earned it. Here is to another successful season and many, many more. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Cienega High School's marching band on winning the inaugural Arizona Marching Band Southern Region Championship. The Bobcats broke the program's record for the highest score in a regular season show. They also brought home the highest score in music performance, visual performance, general effect, and percussion performance. Congratulations, too, on coming in as state silver medalist at the Arizona Marching Band Association State Championship. Through the long hours of hard work and dedication, the Bobcats achieved this outstanding accomplishment. To Director Reed Bailey and members of the band and all parents and staff that made this win possible, congratulations. You have made your school and our community very, very proud. Bobcats, enjoy this victory. You earned it. Congratulations on yet another successful season. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kivin.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, let all who are faithful offer their prayers to you. Trusting in your care, teach us the way we should go, that we may yield ourselves to your instruction and have confidence that your righteousness is our strength. When we are overwhelmed or in distress, even the inundation of mighty waters will not overtake us. For you are our shelter, a hiding place where we are protected from discouragement. Your voice delivers us from despair. Your eye is upon us. You watch over our comings and goings. You attend to our motivations and discipline our inclinations. Your counsel is omniscient and perceptive, plumbing the depths of our innermost souls. Your steadfast love surrounds us. There is nowhere we can be, no turn or move we can make that we are not hemmed in by your compassionate care and guided by your generous grace. Sovereign God, may your immeasurable and abiding presence be our guardian, guide, and refuge through this day and always. In your infinite mercy, we offer our prayers, and in your matchless name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced to the House the approval thereof, and pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose do the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 8 students from the Central Mountain Middle School and High School who performed in December at Relia Quest Bowl in Tampa Bay, Florida. The Central Mountain Middle School and High School twirlers were among the 481 performers present during the pregame show and joined other high school bands during the halftime performance. The students performed in front of an estimated 35,000 fans in Raymond James Stadium, home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The twirlers were invited to participate in the game day programming through the National Youth Dance and Twirling Program. Stephanie Ford, the Central Mountain High School twirling coach, provided choreography for the twirlers. Stephanie has been the high school and middle school coach for 11 years and was pivotal in helping the students learn the choreography ahead of the performance. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Central Mountain Middle School and High School twirlers on this fantastic achievement, and I thank them for representing Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District on a national stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania will seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The core of NATO is Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. Since the end of World War II, the U.S. and our allies have honored and operated on this mutual trust. President Truman called it a neighborly act. There is no article for if a NATO member attacks another, because for 80 years we have led a peaceful partnership for our shared democratic ideals. Truman considered the treaty a means to establish freedom from aggression and from the use of force in the North Atlantic community. If one ally invaded another, the center would not hold. Now President Trump seeks to threaten our historic alliance by this flip and poisonous quip that will have Greenland one way or another. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I have met with the Prime Minister of Denmark and other key allies. They believe in America's global leadership. They have fought and died alongside us in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now they fear our words. They plan for a future in which the United States is no longer the indispensable nation, a core ally. This cannot be the path we forge.
Time has expired.
It is good to have friends, and in order to have friends, we must be one.
Time has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Led by Republicans and signed into law by President Donald Trump, the Working Families Tax Cuts is reversing harmful Biden-era regulations and putting more money in the pockets of American families, creating jobs. The law is delivering bigger paychecks, lower costs, and real results for hardworking families. Expanding child care access, permanently expanding the child tax credit, supporting American jobs with tax breaks for loans on Made in America cars, keeping the border secure, protecting American families with more Border Patrol agents, 4-year low gas prices, reversing Biden regulations, modernizing air traffic control, no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. President Trump and House Republicans are producing real results, led by Speaker Mike Johnson. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, with Putin defending mass murderer Khomeini as Donald Trump courageously encourages the people of Iran for freedom. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in November, my home state of North Carolina watched in horror as federal immigration agents descended on our state and terrorized our communities. During these raids, my constituent, Fatima Velasquez Antonio, was detained. She has work authorization, no criminal record, and is allowed to legally remain in this country while her asylum case is pending. Yet despite all of this, she was taken into custody and ripped away from her family for weeks. Thankfully, after an outpouring of public anger and criticism, the Trump administration finally released Fatima a few days before Christmas. Fatima is one of countless hardworking immigrants who have been unlawfully or unjustly detained across the country. People like Fatima, with deep ties to our community, are being targeted instead of a focus on apprehending violent criminals. We cannot allow the Trump administration to continue violating the rights that all individuals in this country are guaranteed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Make today a great day. I rise in recognition of excellence, discipline, and American competitiveness. The 2026 Monster Energy Supercross Series is absolutely underway. And in America, we like it. If it goes fast, it's got a big motor, and there's a high probability of somebody getting hurt, even better. And if you've never seen Monster Energy Supercross, well, I'm about to change your life, and you're welcome. You've got 22 riders in a confined space from going from a starting gate to go to the bathroom on your pants fast, hitting 20-foot jumps with no seatbelts, airbags, or bumper. It is man-on-machine. Last weekend on Saturday, Anaheim won. The first race of the series went off, and in the 250 class, Max Anstey got first, Chance Hymas got second, Ryder Day Francisco got third, and last year's champion Hayden Danger Boy Deegan got fourth place. In the premier class, Eli Tomac absolutely showed up on his new ride. Ken Roxon got second, Jorge Prada third, and seventh place last year's champion was Cooper Webb. Thoughts and prayers go out to Justin Barsha and Malcolm Stewart after that horrific crash they were involved in. I hope they are healing up well. And every household has their favorite rider. My oldest boy loves Cooper Webb. My baby boy Lincoln loves Eli Tomac and Ken Roxon. But my wife and I absolutely are the biggest fan of number 7, Aaron Plessinger, the Cowboy. Go forward and do great things. My son, dig in your spurs. This is your year. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Bishop Rosie O'Neill, a celebrated pastor, author, and Christian leader, after 37 years of faithful service, retired as senior pastor on December 14. Born in Germany and adopted by Norman and Joanne Standifer, she gave her life to Christ at the age of 16 at Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church, where her grandfather served as pastor. Bishop O'Neill went to East Carolina University to join the choir and answer the call to ministry, preaching her first sermon at 17 years old. In 1989, she founded Koinonia Christian Center with just 7 members and grew it into a ministry of more than 2,500. She's recognized for her keep it real approach, and she's, without a doubt, one of Eastern North Carolina's most influential faith leaders. A cancer survivor, Bishop O'Neill is married to Taurus O'Neill Sr. and is known for her deep love of family, friends, and even riding motorcycles. Congratulations to the O'Neill family, and Bishop, keep on riding. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for a moment to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Brian Burr, one of my former professors at the University of Minnesota, who is stepping down after 13 years of serving as the Dean of College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources and the Director of the Minnesota Agriculture Experiment Stations. As our state's premier institution for agriculture education, the U of M has a long-standing reputation of excellence in developing and training future ag leaders. Thanks to Dean Burr's leadership, CFANS has become a global leader in ag education, offering a diverse range of studies for 14 undergraduate majors, 25 minors, and 13 graduate programs. By working shoulder to shoulder with farmers, agribusiness, and public policymakers, Dean Burr has worked to cultivate a student experience that combines classroom learning with cutting-edge research and public engagement, preparing CFAN graduates to become the world's ag leaders of tomorrow. Brian, thank you for your years of service to the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences and the many contributions you've made to the U of M's legacy as a leader in ag education. I wish you all the best as you start this new chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chairman Jerome Powell, who has served with honor and integrity on the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors for 13 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise and join Democrats, Republicans, and other leaders because the Justice Department's criminal investigation into Chair Powell is yet another attempt by Trump to take control of the feds, endangering household finances across the country. Our economy relies on an independent Federal Reserve, and every American should be deeply concerned and alarmed by this administration's dangerous efforts to politicize our central bank. Interest rate decisions directly impact the American households through inflation, the labor market, savings, household costs, and it is imperative that these decisions be driven by economic evidence and not partisan pressure. I ask my colleagues to stand up and use their voice to defend an independent Fed. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an extraordinary young North Carolinian, Mary Nawab, who has been awarded the National Medal of Honor Life-Saving Award from the Girl Scouts, one of their highest recognitions for courage and quick action. On what should have been a normal afternoon at swim practice, Mary saw her brother Tristan at the bottom of the pool. Something didn't look right, and instead of hesitating, she acted. She swam down, pulled him free from a lane divider, got him to the surface, and called for help. Lifeguards began CPR, and she refused to leave her brother's side until he began breathing again. Because of her courage, her quick response, and her presence of mind, Tristan is alive today. The Girl Scouts teach service, skill, and leadership. Mary embodied all of it in a moment when most people, even adults, would freeze. She's a hero, and her community is proud of her. Thank you, Mary, for going above and beyond to make a difference in our community. I congratulate you on receiving this well-deserved honor. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the representative of the 21st Congressional District, I am here to share some good news for the people of the Central Valley, but across the country. The House has just passed the Crime Victims Fund Stabilization Act with strong bipartisan support. As one of the original founders of the Bipartisan Crime Victims Caucus, this is good news, and I'm proud to co-lead the bill alongside with bipartisan group of other colleagues. Right now, too many victim service organizations are forced to operate with uncertainty, not knowing if funding will be there from year to year. That uncertainty affects real people who have been victims of crime, survivors seeking counseling, families needing emergency shelter, victims looking for legal support, and some of the hardest moments in their lives. This bill stabilizes the Crime Victims Fund, which is funded by criminal fines, not taxpayer dollars, and supports critical services throughout VOCA programs across the country. By bringing stability to the funding, states and local organizations will have the ability to plan ahead, keep staff in place, and continue to show for survivors what matters most. This bill heads to the Senate, and I'm urging my colleagues for quick passage for victims who have been victims of crime and their families. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the woman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 992 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 54, House Resolution 992. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7006, making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. The chair of the Committee on Appropriations may insert in the congressional record not later than January 16, 2026, such material as he may deem explanatory of H.R. 7006.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 992, providing for the House's consideration of a single measure, H.R. 7006, the Financial Services and General Government and National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2026. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7006 under a structured rule, with 2 amendments made in order. Further, the rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and one motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, following last week's progress in advancing 3 separate appropriations bills through the committee and on the floor, we've returned this week to continue our work. H.R. 7006 was negotiated in good faith on a bipartisan, bicameral basis. President Trump's priorities, alongside the priorities of the American people, are interwoven within this important package. Let me make this abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker. Not only does this legislative package contain no poison pills, but it also cuts foreign aid by 16%. That's more than $9 billion. Further, this package is part of an agreement that keeps FY26 spending below the level that has been forecasted under the current continuing resolution. We're enacting targeted funding to accelerate entrepreneurship and economic prosperity, guard our nation's national security posture and apparatus, and further cement true, unyielding American leadership on the international stage. At the very same time, we're slashing incompatible mandates and provisions that were cooked up during the Biden administration that would have weakened America's trajectory to greatness. With fiscal restraint and an eye towards paving a new and prosperous path for our nation, anything, yes, anything, can be possible. As I said in the committee yesterday afternoon, gone are the days of inflated omnibuses that have bogged down and constrained this legislative body. Indeed, we're moving in a better direction and chucking the Biden budget into the grave where it belongs. Good riddance. The bipartisan and bicameral underpinnings of this legislative package make a compelling case as to why the House must pass it immediately. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the rule. Let me begin by acknowledging the hard work of our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee who, despite deep divisions and really difficult political conditions, have assembled a bipartisan compromise to fund additional portions of the federal government for the current fiscal year. The bill before us, containing the Financial Services and General Government Act and the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Act, includes hard-fought Democratic priorities despite our minority position in the House and Senate. These Democratic priorities will help working families and small businesses safeguard our elections and protect American values and interests abroad. Democratic appropriators secured funding for vital government programs that the White House sought to cut, including the CDFI fund, which promotes economic development in low-income communities, the Small Business Administration, which provides invaluable financing that allows people to start or grow their businesses, the Election Assistance Commission, which supports state and federal election integrity across the country, and the package provides a long overdue increase in funding for the Federal Defender Services, which gives access to justice for those who cannot afford it. Importantly, the bill restores funding with meaningful safeguards for humanitarian and democracy-building programs at the Department of State, programs that were illegally shut down earlier this year by the Trump administration. This bill ensures that the U.S. will continue to provide economic and humanitarian assistance and specifically will support women and women's health in developing countries and to combat HIV and AIDS worldwide. These are victories and they matter. They matter for small business owners struggling to secure a loan. They matter for low-income neighborhoods that are essentially redlined by big banks and rely upon community development financial institutions. These victories matter for women and girls around the globe seeking safety, education, and health care. And the restoration of State Department funding matters for all of us who still believe in the promise of American leadership in advancing a safe and prosperous global community. Ultimately, we cannot afford to let funding lapse for those agencies, and given that we're 4 months into the current fiscal year, I commend our appropriators for crafting these bipartisan bills to address FY 2026 so that we can immediately start working on appropriations for next year and FY 2027. But, Mr. Speaker, commendable as this package is, and as much as I respect the work of our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, I also believe this package reveals the limits of what we can achieve to meet the needs of the American people under Republican control. Let's be clear, this bill isn't some compromise where both sides get a little of what they want. It's the most Democrats could get from a Republican Party that continues to knuckle under to the whims of the Trump administration and turn a blind eye to its worst abuses. That is why our Republican colleagues have rejected multiple provisions to rein in the unconstitutional power grabs by this president and his administration. Republicans control the Senate, the House, and the White House. Under unified Republican control, we've seen the federal government used not to help the American people, but to punish the president's enemies and to enrich and protect the rich and well-connected at the expense of the American people. We've seen it when the Republican trifecta passed a partisan bill that gave huge tax cuts to big business and billionaires, but refused to extend the ACA tax credits that help millions of Americans afford their health coverage. In their main legislative accomplishment so far, Trump and congressional Republicans blew a massive hole in the deficit with their tax cuts for the rich, and then tried to pay for it with cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and public health programs that Americans rely upon. We're seeing it play out after a masked federal agent shot and killed Renee Good, an American citizen in Minnesota. In the wake of that killing, we learned that DOJ leadership blocked the decades-long practice of initiating an investigation of an officer-involved shooting by the Office of Civil Rights. And having blocked that investigation, instead opened a politically motivated criminal investigation of Ms. Good's widow as it tries to brand protected speech by Americans as domestic terrorism. The failure to investigate the lawfulness of the officer's use of force and the weaponization of the investigation to attack the widow are so beyond the pale that it has sparked a mass resignation by career prosecutors at the Department of Justice. And it goes on. Last weekend, the Trump White House launched a criminal investigation against Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, not because he broke the law, but apparently because he refused to surrender the independence of the Fed and submit to the president's demand that he lower interest rates. This is an unprecedented attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve, an institution that is critical to the stability of our economy because it's above partisan politics. And yet, under Republican rule, the independence of the Fed and other nonpartisan agencies is being destroyed before our eyes because this president cannot tolerate dissent, and his party will not restrain him. Just last week, the administration blocked $10 billion in social services funding to states with Democratic leadership. Yesterday, President Trump went even further, announcing his intent to withhold federal funds from any state that does not embrace his toxic immigration priorities. This is extortion, plain and simple, directed against the American people he was elected to serve. And the House Republican majority is letting him get away with it. Of course, we cannot forget the continued cover-up of the Epstein files. The Department of Justice was mandated by law to release the Epstein files last year now. But the vast majority of the files are still being kept secret, leading us to ask again, who is Trump trying to protect? And why is it that Republicans refuse to hold him responsible for this blatant cover-up? What possible justification could there be for this secrecy except to protect the wealthy and powerful men implicated in those documents? A suggestion of the answers has come from an unlikely source, according to former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. The president yelled at her in a phone call that he didn't want to release the Epstein files because, quote, "my friends will get hurt," end quote. The list goes on, and the Republican agenda is clear. They abuse the powers of the federal government to protect the elite and punish the vulnerable. So while I will support the appropriations minibus this week, I call on my Republican colleagues in the House and the Senate to take seriously their obligations to this institution under Article 1 of the Constitution. We cannot sit by and watch as the executive branch grabs more and more power at the expense of Congress and at the expense of the Constitution. Congress's power of the purse is not just a budgetary tool. It is one of the last real checks we have on a president who believes that he's above the law and only constrained by his own morality. I know my Democratic colleagues fought for everything they could in this bill under deeply constrained circumstances, so the failures in this bill are a reflection of the Republican majority, which continues to look the other way as the president dismantles our federal institutions and subverts our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're here to debate this appropriations package, not every other issue under the sun. I urge my colleagues not to lose sight of the legislative package at hand. We have a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations package free of poison pill riders that bring us closer to fulfilling our Article 1 responsibilities. My colleague says Republicans are in control. But the very bills we have passed and are passing are bipartisan. We're working across the aisle what we should do. So our friends can't have it both ways. They can't say we're in control, therefore everything is our fault, and say at the same time that these are good bills built upon bipartisan support. There'll no doubt be time to debate other matters, but today the matter at hand is an appropriations package containing the Financial Services and General Government Bill and the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Bill. And might I add that national security is the #1 issue in our federal government. We need to stay focused and complete the task at hand. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, I didn't say these were good bills. I said they were the best bills we could get under the circumstances, and certainly we would craft very different bills. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one in America is safe from ICE today. Joe Rogan said that ICE agents are acting as, quote, villains, stripping away freedoms from Americans. This agency has gone rogue, it's lawless, and it needs to be reined in. The ICE agents who pepper sprayed an elderly couple in Minnesota need to be arrested and prosecuted. The ICE agents who dragged out a disabled woman from her car who was going to a doctor's appointment need to be arrested and prosecuted. And the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good needs to be arrested and prosecuted. When you have people in the MAGA base, when you have people like Joe Rogan talking about the lawlessness of a private police force, ICE acting as the president's private police force, then we know we have a crisis of freedom in this country. It is time to rein in this lawless agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we should be focused on the issue at hand. Mr. Speaker, we never celebrate the loss of life on our side, and we don't celebrate the loss of life in the recent shooting. But we cannot absolve people of the actions they are taking to disrupt ICE's operations. And we certainly shouldn't be looking at ICE agents condemning ICE agents who are showing up to do their jobs. Democrats have been questioning the authority and jurisdiction of ICE's actions in Minnesota. Let's shed some light on what ICE has been doing. They arrested a criminal illegal alien from Somalia with a record of multiple counts of credit card fraud, drug possession, controlled substance possession, and drug trafficking. This criminal was issued a final order of removal in 2022. A criminal illegal alien from Laos with 3 prior convictions for selling drugs, as well as convictions for assault and contributing to a minor's delinquency. This criminal was issued a final order of removal in 2009, Mr. Speaker. A criminal illegal alien from Mexico, previously arrested for child cruelty and battery. This criminal was issued a final order of removal in 2009. A criminal illegal alien from Mexico, previously arrested for cruelty toward a child. A criminal illegal alien from Somalia, previously arrested for dangerous drugs and possession of narcotics. We're talking about dangerous people, Mr. Speaker. The list goes on and on. So let's be clear. ICE is targeting criminal rings. And the Trump administration isn't ignoring fraud, as Governor Walz has done for years. They are targeting that criminal ring for immigration violations, just as they have done elsewhere. Not long ago, ICE agents arrested more than 150 illegal alien sex offenders during a major enforcement surge across the state of Florida. ICE is focusing on rings of criminality, and they will pursue them wherever they might be. Political correctness be damned, and Americans are better off under this approach. I reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, nobody is questioning that the federal government has the duty and authority to arrest and detain and deport the so-called worst of the worst, rapists, drug dealers, people who've been convicted. But that's not what's happening across the country. That's not what ICE is doing. 80% of the people that they have picked up and that they are detaining have no criminal record. And what we're seeing in Minnesota, this door-to-door, stopping people in parking lots and asking if they're citizens, that's not targeted enforcement. That's putting masked and armed agents on the streets and causing chaos, as we've repeatedly seen. The Rules Chairwoman mentioned, one of the people who's been picked up, absolutely someone who probably deserved to be picked up. But they've had over 2,000 ICE agents in Minneapolis for about 6 weeks, and they've arrested about 20 people who fit that profile. In addition, of course, they've killed Renee Good. They've arrested American citizens. They've tackled kids outside their high school. They've tackled teenagers working at Target. They've terrorized an entire community, and that does appear to be part of the point here, is to create propaganda and videos to scare Americans, to project this military power in our streets, which, for any student of American history, that is why we left the UK. So I think that is what the objection is here. It's to the lawfulness of what's been happening in Minnesota, in Chicago, in LA, across the country, and the need to really change how things are being done there. But if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make in order Mr. Hoyer's amendment to the FSGG Appropriations Bill, which restricts obligating any remaining unobligated balances for the new FBI Consolidated Headquarters facility until GSA, in consultation with the FBI, submits the contracted and completed architectural and engineering plan for review. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, Mr. Hoyer, has served with honor for over 4 decades and has ushered countless pieces of bipartisan legislation through this House. Now, in this case, all he is asking for is a vote, that the members of this body vote on an amendment to make sure that before an extremely consequential and expensive decision is made with respect to the location of the FBI headquarters, that we receive the architectural and engineering plan that the General Services Administration is supposed to complete. That seems like the least we could do. Regardless of one's position on Mr. Hoyer's amendment, it deserves a vote on the House floor. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
To discuss our proposal, Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments, and I thank her for her support of my amendment, and I regret that my amendment was rejected by the Rules Committee. But that is not uncommon. An overwhelming majority of Democratic amendments are rejected irrespective of merit. And I suggest to you that this amendment comports with the debate that I heard in the Rules Committee yesterday. And the substance of that debate was, we need oversight. We need to make sure that we know what we're doing. We need to make sure that what the administration or any administration is asking us for comports with the policies of the Congress of the United States. If we defeat the previous question, we will offer an amendment to the rule that allows the House to simply consider an amendment concerning the FBI headquarters. And while I will speak more on that matter later, of course, but I'm deeply concerned that moving the FBI to the Reagan building, as this administration plans to do, would greatly undermine the FBI's security. This is a picture of the Murrah building in Oklahoma. In 1995, a guy named McVeigh drove a step van up to the street of the Murrah building and blew it up, killing 168 people, injuring over 800 people. That is a major artery in front of the Murrah building. The Reagan building was designed as an open and public-private building. Let me see the Reagan building. As a public-private building with public access, public accommodation, public coming into the building for eating. It has a big cafeteria. It has a big parking lot that the public uses and is used by City Hall, which is located right in the middle, or not in the middle, but surrounded by the Reagan building. The amendment that I have simply says, let's not spend any money on moving the FBI to this building, which the Murrah building makes very clear, and is why the FBI director came to me in 2009 to have this facility, the FBI building, moved to a place where you can have security. Show me them. We have some numbers of security organizations. They are all located either in the suburbs or at Bolling Air Force Base. Bolling Air Force Base, of course, is a secured piece of much acreage. And so they are not subject to that risk. All of these agencies, including the CIA at Langley, including other agencies, 4 of which are in Virginia, are so that those agencies can be as secure as we can possibly make them, and we will not lose people, FBI agents, CIA agents, NSA agents, whoever, and that we will have those facilities in a secure place. And all this amendment says, show us the plan to keep our people secure. The gentlelady, my friend from North Carolina, said, and I believe she's accurate, we're all concerned about the lives of people, be they government employees or not. This amendment says, present us the information, GSA and FBI, that shows us that, in fact, you can make the Reagan building safe for a security agency. If the motion is defeated for the previous question, we will offer that simple amendment and give everybody in this Congress the ability to stand up and say, yes, we want to know information before we make this critical decision. It's not partisan, it's not ideological, it is simply doing what the Congress is responsible to do. And that is have oversight and make judgments based upon the best information they can receive. One additional minute?
Gentlemen, we recognize for one extra minute.
In closing, let me emphasize that this is consistent with what all of us say and was said in the committee yesterday. Ms. Houchin said it particularly well, and others on the committee said they want the information necessary to make solid decisions. If we adopt my amendment, that will accomplish that objective. I urge my colleagues to vote against the previous question and for the Hoyer Amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, reserve? Yes. Reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve and am prepared to close if the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Rules Committee, Republicans rejected over 70 amendments submitted by members of both parties. This included a handful of amendments that I submitted and which, if adopted, I obviously think would have improved the bill. I want to highlight those amendments in light of the reporting about the chaos at the Department of Justice after its leadership quashed a transparent investigation of the fatal shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent and instead insisted on opening a criminal investigation into her widow. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and other Trump administration officials and conservative commentators have tried to brand Renee Good as a domestic terrorist in gross contradiction to known facts. But that's not the key issue here. Putting aside the refusal to investigate the lawfulness of the agent's use of deadly force under those circumstances and the heinous implication that Renee Good somehow deserved to die because she objected to the presence of armed and masked federal agents in her neighborhood, and that she was disrespectful, the president's characterization. This investigation and these comments from Secretary Noem are the direct result of an underreported and underappreciated effort by the Trump administration to criminalize constitutionally protected speech. Earlier this year, President Trump issued a sweeping memo directing federal agencies to target Americans with criminal and civil investigations on the explicit basis of constitutionally protected speech. The memo literally defines specific categories of political opinions and beliefs that law enforcement must now treat as instances of domestic terrorism. Following this directive, the Department of Justice then changed its policies to direct federal law enforcement agents to target Americans with criminal investigations for expressing these sanctioned political views or for participating in protests against the Trump administration. This is the kind of political oppression you would expect to see from authoritarian states like Russia or China, but no, it's here. It's happening at home. Our Republican colleagues, who are often so quick to complain about censorship or the weaponization of the federal government, have remained silent while President Trump has turned the Department of Justice into a tool of political suppression. Last night, I proposed an amendment to prohibit the use of any federal taxpayer dollars to investigate or prosecute Americans on the basis of their lawful and constitutionally protected speech. Every single Republican on the Rules Committee voted against my amendment, blocking it from coming to the House floor so that our entire body could vote on it. The First Amendment protects everyone's speech, and there are no carve-outs for those you disagree with. Apparently, as we saw in last night's vote, House Republicans do not agree with that fundamental American value. While Rules Republicans voted down my amendment to protect Americans' right to free speech, they did make in order a questionable amendment from our Rules colleague, Representative Roy, that would defund the D.C. federal courts and specifically withdraw the salaries for the staff of 2 federal judges. These 2 judges have been targeted by President Trump and congressional Republicans because they've done their job. They have not bent to the president's will. They have interpreted the law as written, and therefore House Republicans are taking the extreme position of zeroing out the salaries of their staff. It's a cruel and un-American attack on the judiciary that completely subverts our constitutional order. So, Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close, and I would at this point reserve the balance of my time.
Then the gentlewoman from North Carolina, well, you reserve. She had opened to close, so the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, underneath this debate about the appropriations minibus is the difficult reality that House Republicans have abdicated their responsibilities to this chamber, to the Congress, and the Constitution. Because we're not just debating a budget bill, we're debating whether Congress will continue to function not just as a co-equal branch of government, but as the Article I source of the laws that run our country. Under Republican leadership, we have seen Congress turned into a rubber stamp. Republicans have surrendered to the whims of a president who sees laws as optional and power as personal. These 2 appropriations bills, while necessary for the continued operation of essential government functions, are the limit of how far the Republican Party is willing to go in defying the president. Unfortunately, Republicans are more interested in protecting power than in responsibly governing for the benefit of the American people. Our job isn't to protect the president. Our job is to fund the government responsibly and to serve as a check on executive overreach. As masked agents roam our streets, terrorizing our communities, as Trump entertains starting another forever war, and as the Epstein files remain covered up, now is the time for Congress to stand up for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the PQ and rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this majority continues to roll up its sleeves and advance the core priorities of the American people and President Trump. We are absolutely exercising our Article I responsibilities by passing appropriations bills. With our unifying vision and some elbow grease, we're making significant headway that benefits the American people and our entire nation. The legislative package contained under this rule is yet another commitment that we're seeing through to completion. Its provisions and intent confirm this through and through. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, yes on the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on the ordering of the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. House be order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 992 and adoption of the House Resolution 992, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, and remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 992, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 54, House Resolution 992, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7006, making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 210, the nays are 208. Not in the well.
Mrs. Kim of California votes aye. Mr. Smith of New Jersey votes aye.
In the previous question, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will arise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Yeas are 213, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 7006, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 992 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7006. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to preside over the committee as a whole. Doodles.
House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 7006, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 7006, Financial Services and General Government Bill. I want to announce today I rise in support of H.R. 7006, which institutes fiscal year 2026 funding for the financial services and general government and national security and Department of State appropriations measures. This Congress has a fundamental responsibility to fund the government, and this two-bill package is our next step toward completing the full 12 bills. When done the right way, funding the government is not a single vote. It's a process that requires steady, deliberative progress. I'm proud to say we're doing just that. Today marks the second time this month that we are bringing bipartisan, bicameral bills to the floor. We promised the American people a responsible, member-driven process, and that's precisely what we are delivering. This two-bill package reflects member input, the America First agenda, and the collaboration across political aisles and chambers that serves the nation. Advancing full-year appropriations matters because it gives the country certainty and direction. It allows vital agencies to plan, make decisions, and do their jobs based on today's realities, not policies from the past. That's how we move from promises to action and carry out the America First agenda mandated by the people. Those priorities are reflected throughout the measure before us. Through the Financial Services and General Government portion of the bill, FSGG Chairman David Joyce advanced important provisions that drive economic growth, uphold consumer freedom, and support entrepreneurship and small businesses, reinforcing the foundations of the American dream for people and job creators nationwide. It also advances needed government efficiencies by cutting waste, modernizing technology and cybersecurity, and addressing unused federal space and buildings. And crucially, it protects Americans from a supercharged IRS by cutting enforcement and redirecting resources to customer service. This is especially important as we approach tax filing season and implement the Working Families Tax Cut, allowing families to keep more of what they earn. Just as this package strengthens economic security and accountability, it also reinforces America's security and leadership at home and abroad. The national security and Department of State measures champion an America First policy agenda. We replace the weakness of prior administrations by restoring President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. NSRP Chairman Mario Diaz-Balart took decisive action to reprioritize funding in support of our nation's security. This has allowed us to eliminate $9.3 billion in spending while reasserting deterrence and leadership. To protect the safety, freedom, and prosperity of the American people, we show that focused strategy, not endless spending, is what delivers results. We make critical investments in high-impact initiatives that combat narcotics and human trafficking, confront the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party, and counter terrorism. We reinforce democracy and human rights efforts and defend religious liberty. As both a moral duty and vital American interest, we will not tolerate religious persecution and attacks on faith. Upholding those values strengthens American leadership and advances freedom around the world. We also eliminate wasteful initiatives, implement the necessary accountability at the United Nations, and prohibit any funds for things like UNRWA or the Taliban. Bottom line, we counter our foes and stand with our friends, and ensure investments are focused on security, keeping Americans safe, and enhancing our global edge. Taken in its entirety, the package serves a clear purpose: safety, strength, and freedom. That's certainly something we can all support. I commend the detailed work of our chairman, Representatives Joyce and Diaz-Balart. Their leadership and careful stewardship of this package ensured the substance of the bill matched the responsibility of the task. And to their accompanying ranking members, Representatives Steny Hoyer and Lois Frankel, thank you for your professionalism and engagement in the process. This work demonstrates what we can accomplish through collaboration and respect. I also want to particularly thank my good friend and working partner, the distinguished ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Laura, and I also want to thank a superb staff on both sides of the aisle that worked tirelessly to present us with the product before us today. As I look ahead, Mr. Chairman, to today's vote, I'm grateful for the future I see, one where President Trump keeps his pen ready because full-year appropriations are advancing and certainty is being restored. I thank each of you for your time, and I urge all members to support this bipartisan package. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself 5 minutes. I rise in support of this package today, which includes the financial services and general government and the National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bills. I want to begin by offering my gratitude to everyone who put in the long hours, late nights, to craft this package. Ranking Member Steny Hoyer on financial services, Lois Frankel on national security, Department of State, who led these negotiations and secured important provisions which we can all be proud of. The Appropriations Committee staff in particular, Matt Smith, Aaron Kolodziejski, Philip Tizani, Ed Etzkorn, and Laurie McNone, who worked tirelessly to produce this legislation, and our counterparts in the majority, led by my friend Chairman Cole and the subcommittee chairs David Joyce and Mario Diaz-Balart. These two bills are a continuation of our efforts to reassert Congress's power of the purse, reject $163 billion in cuts proposed by the Trump administration, constrain the White House's abuse of the budget process, and protect Democratic priorities at home and abroad. This bill supports the small businesses and entrepreneurs that fuel the American economy by providing more than $1 billion for the Small Business Administration and increasing funding for entrepreneurial development programs by $13 million. Small businesses employ nearly half of the American workforce. At a time when so many families are feeling the weight of the affordability crisis and job prospects feel few and far between, we must do everything in our power to increase economic opportunities in the communities that need it most. In support of this goal, this bill also provides $324 million for community development financial institutions, rejecting efforts by the Trump administration to fully eliminate large portions of this program. And as we look ahead to an election year, this bill increases funding for election security grants by $30 billion, providing states and localities with the resources they need to shore up our election infrastructure and defend our democracy against any form of interference that could deny us the most basic right. In addition to our right to vote, this bill protects our right to counsel, codified in the Sixth Amendment, by increasing funding for federal public defenders by $315 million. This helps to ensure due process is not just a privilege reserved for the wealthy few, but a protection guaranteed to all of us, regardless of status. This package not only supports democracy at home, but advances it abroad. It protects funding to fully meet our treaty obligations, affirming American leadership at the UN and other international organizations. It supports women around the globe, protecting funding for bilateral family planning and the UN Population Fund, and it facilitates American cooperation with international environmental initiatives by blocking policy riders that would have prevented our participation. In fact, there is not a single poison pill policy rider in these bills. Both we and our Republican colleagues agreed to leave these partisan provisions out of this package and pursue a reasonable compromise. I am glad we could reach this agreement and to move forward with a package that is imperfect, but it is one that we can all support. While there are certainly some things I would change about these measures, they are both vastly superior to yet another continuing resolution or a lapse in funding. either of which would afford the Trump administration greater leeway to abuse the budget process, which they have shown an eagerness to do from the moment they took office. I am proud of the work that was done in a bipartisan fashion to produce this funding package, and I look forward to voting for it and encourage my colleagues to vote for it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield 5 minutes to my very good friend, the Vice Chair of the full committee and Chair of the National Security and Related Programs Subcommittee of the Committee on Appropriations, the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Chairman of the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Subcommittee, I rise in strong support for H.R. 7006. This full-year funding bill really carries out our nation's foreign policy in a historic way in so many different aspects. First and foremost, the bill restores fiscal sanity by reducing spending by 16%, which is nearly a $10 billion cut. In recognition of the President's and the Secretary of State's effort to make the Department of State, frankly, more efficient, streamlined, and responsive to the national security priorities. Within these, really, I think, dramatic but necessary reductions, the bill makes sure that the Secretary has the resources that he needs to counter our adversaries like China and Iran and cartels in our hemisphere, the regime of Cuba in our hemisphere. This bill takes serious steps towards confronting, for example, the regime in Cuba, and includes limitations on funding for countries and organizations that participate in the trafficking, human trafficking, of Cuban medical professionals, while directing the Secretary of State to revoke visas for officials of countries involved in this grotesque human trafficking. But, Mr. Chairman, a smart foreign policy doesn't just require opposing our enemies. That's a big part of it. It means supporting and standing with our allies, with our friends, who can be a force multiplier in our national security interests. That's why this bill acknowledges our friends and provides robust assistance for allies, partners like Israel and Egypt and Jordan and Taiwan and the Philippines, to name a few. Mr. Chairman, for too long we've ignored our hemisphere, our neighbors in our own region. This bill changes that and provides special emphasis to key partners in the Western Hemisphere who are aligned with our values and our policies, such as Costa Rica and Panama, Paraguay, Argentina, and the Dominican Republic. This bill increases funding for counter-fentanyl and synthetic drug programs to stop these deadly poisons from crossing our borders coming to the United States. It puts American businesses first by prioritizing diplomatic engagement to favorably resolve commercial disputes, disputes abroad, some of them that have been going on for years, to promote American business and American interests overseas. And this bill also makes sure that we're spending money according to our American values. It increases support for religious freedom and addresses religious persecution. The bill also maintains long-standing pro-life provisions and enhances oversight and transparency over those requirements. It protects free speech and prohibits censorship or disinformation and misinformation programs that violate the right of American citizens. The bill makes double-digit cuts to UN funding and gives the Secretary of State the tools and leverage to demand much-needed reforms there. These are historic changes in our approach that the American people have been demanding for decades, Mr. Chairman, and the fiscal year 26 removes controversial funding directives from the CR, like the UN climate funds and others. Throughout this process, the goal is to be good stewards of American taxpayer money, to represent our constituents' priorities within this financial funding, and above all, protect the national security of the United States. Now, this bill would not be here without the help of so many others in this body. I got to start with the remarkable leadership of Chairman Tom Cole. We wouldn't be here discussing this if it wasn't for her and his partner on the other side of the aisle, and I'm so grateful for your leadership. Your recommendations, every single member has made this bill so much better. It's shaped this bill, and I'm grateful for the contributions. I do need to thank, again, my dear friend, and we've had some tough issues, but the ranking member, Lois Frankel, who has been an amazing partner in putting this bill together. And by the way, Chairman Brian Mast, another Floridian, who has been incredibly helpful. I also want to thank my staff, the amazing staff. This bill would have never happened without them. The clerk, my clerk, Susan Adams, and the entire majority team, as well as the minority staff. We have no greater duty to the American people than to protect the security of our country while safeguarding tax dollars. This bill does this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does that. It protects our national security. It protects the hard-earned tax dollars of every American who pays taxes. This bill plays an integral part in the noble endeavor. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. And the gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Hoyer.
I thank the former chair and ranking member for yielding. I thank her for her work. I thank Mr. Cole for his work. Anybody who knows me knows that I am opposed to CRs, but I am for keeping the government open, if those are the only alternatives. Mr. Speaker, this would not be my bill, but I think probably most of the members on this floor can say that. But it is a bill that cooperatively has been made better, I think, as it has passed through the House and the Senate and conference. It provides increases for several key programs for the American people. That includes $13 million increase over the fiscal year 25 enacted level for entrepreneurial development programs at the Small Business Administration. The ranking member mentioned that program, but critically important to our communities and to the small business community. This bill also increases funding for election security grants by $30 million. I created that program along with Bob Ney from Ohio when we passed the Help America Vote Act. We all want to make sure our elections are run well. At that point in time, we distributed to the states over $3 billion. This is $45 million for 50 states. Not a lot of money, but it is the proper for the federal government to help pay for the elections that are run by the locals that include United States senators and members of Congress. The judiciary, Mr. Chairman, receives $584 million, or 6.2% increase over 25 enacted, which is what they asked for. And the reason we wanted to do that is to make sure that the courts can act efficiently, effectively, and justly. We also included $142 million, or a 19% increase, for court security. Unfortunately, and we see in our streets today, we are living in an era in which violence is too often repaired to. Crucially, the bill fixes the funding hole for federal public defender services, which are constitutionally required, providing an increase of $315 million, or 22%, over the 25 enacted level to meet constitutional responsibilities. Other programs at the Department of Treasury, including the Community Development Financial Institutions, so critical for small communities and communities of little means, were flat funded in their fiscal year 25 enacted level, instead of being eliminated. So while it is not everything we would want, it is a vast improvement over what was requested. Even still, Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues may notice my lack of enthusiasm for this final bill, this bill is $1 billion or a 9% cut to the Internal Revenue Service below the fiscal year 2025 enacted is particularly concerning to me. And I've made this point, I think, every time we've considered this bill. And I might say that we tried to overcome this deficiency and have not yet done that. It includes a $438 million or 8% cut to enforcement. Now, what does cutting enforcement mean? It means that we have gone from 9% in looking at tax returns over $1 million to 0.6%. What incentive is that to people who make a lot of money and who try to avoid taxation? The little guy has to pick up the tab. Mr. Speaker, that cut will cost the American people dearly by making it easier for millionaires, billionaires, and corporations to avoid paying the taxes they owe under existing law. Nevertheless, this bill is better than it would otherwise have been. IRS data indicates that every $1 produces $7, and for a Harvard study shows that for the top 10%, every dollar invested in enforcement brings us $12 in additional revenue in taxes owed but not paid. Who will have to pick up the tab? As I said, hardworking Americans who dutifully pay their taxes. If you're serious about fiscal responsibility, as I am, and as I think many are,
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
if you're serious, you have to be serious about collecting revenue that's due and owing. That means funding the IRS, which has been understaffed and under-resourced far too long. Now, I'm concerned not only by the IRS, but also the FBI. For 2 decades, I've worked to help the FBI move out of the crumbling, unhealthy J. Edgar Hoover building and into a new consolidated headquarters that meets its security and operational needs. The administration has decided to move the FBI to an inadequate 51-year-old building to an inadequate 28-year-old building, the Reagan building. Exposed location and its design as accessible public-private facility would greatly undermine the FBI's security. I will continue to work on that throughout the year that I have remaining to me. There was language in the CJS bill that I wanted the Rules Committee to include the same exact language saying simply that we would oversee the plans of the GSA and the FBI before we spent money. That was a responsible thing to do. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, that we did not do it, but I am going to support this bill.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 5 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Chairman Cole for yielding, but mostly for his leadership. Together with Ranking Member, the lovely Ms. DeLauro, Senate Appropriations Chairwoman Collins, Vice Chair Murray, and Senate FSGG Chairman Hagerty, and Ranking Member Reed, I appreciate all their work on this bill. Separately, I'd like to thank my Ranking Member, Mr. Hoyer. I value his institutional knowledge and his insights on and off this committee. I'll be sad to see him leave at the end of this Congress. I rise today in strong support of the fiscal year 2026 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act. This legislation funds the Department of the Treasury, the Executive Office of the President, the Federal Judiciary, the District of Columbia, and more than 20 independent commissions, departments, and agencies. The breadth of FSGG's jurisdiction is daunting, and there are many who thought we could never get a bill done, let alone a bipartisan one. I want to thank all the members of the FSGG subcommittee for their hard work, and certainly like to thank Kim Betts for her hard work in keeping this program online and on track to be here today, and all the members of the subcommittee, because we would not be here without them. The bill we are considering today has a total base discretionary funding level of $26.3 billion. However, when compared to FY 2025 enacted levels for non-defense discretionary spending, this bill is $105 $40 million cut. The Treasury Department is cut by 8% from FY25 enacted levels, including the IRS. In fact, the IRS enforcement account is below $5 billion for the first time since 2021. The Executive Office of the President is funded at just over $870 million. Funding for the federal judiciary increased by 6% to $9.7 billion, which will support court security and the Federal Defenders Program. Approximately $877 million in federal payments are provided to the District of Columbia, including emergency security funding for D.C. to support events in the Capitol like America's 250 celebrations, Memorial Day, and Labor Day. Finally, $2.8 billion is provided by the SEC, the FTC, the FCC, the GSA, the SBA, and more than 20 independent agencies. This bill will enable the GSA to reduce the number of federal properties on the federal government's deferred maintenance list. It provides critical funding for national security, including the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and Committee on Foreign Investment. The bill funds bipartisan programs like CDFIs, which support communities, and the high-intensity drug trafficking area programs, which are critical to strengthening this administration's interdiction and fentanyl tracking efforts. In conclusion, this bill funds critical government agencies and programs and preserves and protects Congress' responsibility of overseeing how these funds are being used. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Frank.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ranking Member DeLauro. I rise in support of the fiscal year 2026 National Security, Department of State and related programs funding bill, a bipartisan package that strengthens American leadership and aims to make our country safer, more secure, and more prosperous. Let me start by thanking our chair of the committee, of the main committee, Mr. Cole, my ranking member, Representative DeLauro, the members of our subcommittee, and the hardworking staff who helped to get the bill done, the majority teams, and our Democratic team of Erin Kolajetsky, Laura Mignon, Ed Edscorn, and Jen Miller. And a most big thank you to our subcommittee chair, Mario Diaz-Balart, who we have known each other for decades, dating back to our time in the state legislature, and I am grateful for his fine leadership and friendship. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, this bill reflects what I believe most Americans want from their elected leaders: to work together respectfully in a bipartisan way to get things done. And at a time of global uncertainty, it is critical that we face the world with a unified front. This bill was not an easy task to come by. We have, in my opinion, and many on my side of the aisle, a disappointing reduction in top-line funding, and the infrastructure needed to deliver foreign assistance has in many ways, including the illegal destruction of USAID, it's been dismantled. With that said, I'm proud to say we worked hard to produce a bill to affirm U.S. leadership on the world stage, recognizing the reorganization of the State Department and reasserting Congress's constitutional power of the purse. This bill funds what should be the core missions of the State Department: diplomacy, development, and humanitarian assistance. It supports our diplomats overseas, staffs our embassies, and protects U.S. missions around the world. It invests in global health programs, from HIV to maternal and child health to tuberculosis, stopping infectious and preventable diseases before they reach our shores. It funds humanitarian efforts to respond to natural disasters, assists those displaced by conflict, and provides life-saving nutrition to the hungry. And it protects international basic education so children in poverty and crisis have a chance at opportunity. And the bill empowers women and girls by safeguarding funding family planning, women's economic empowerment, and women, peace, and security. It supports access to objective information through outlets like Voice of America, pushing it back against Russian and China propaganda. And the bill upholds our commitments to allies like Jordan, Egypt, Taiwan, and Israel. And importantly, it reasserts congressional oversight over critical independent agencies that were targeted for dismantling. This legislation affirms a simple truth. Foreign assistance is not a charity. It's a strategic investment. At just a small fraction of our federal budget, it delivers outsized returns for our national security, our economy, and our global influence. Because we know that hunger, poverty, ignorance, repression, and hopelessness create the conditions where extremism and conflict take root. And I can say this as the mother who watched her son put on the uniform and deploy to 2 wars. By investing in global stability, we reduce the need for costly and deadly military intervention. Isolation is not an option. When the United States pulls back, our adversaries like Iran, China, and Russia double down. They move in to fill the void, rewrite the rules, expand their influence, and undermine democratic values. This bill helps ensure that American leadership, not authoritarian influence, shapes the future. And folks, we know that we're currently operating under a 2024 budget. Over the past 2 years, the world has changed, and our institutions have changed with it. This bill reflects those realities and adapts to how we carry out foreign assistance in a more strategic and accountable way. This is a serious bipartisan compromise with the goal of advancing American leadership around the world. It's my hope that this bill will give the administration the tools and funding needed to make our country safer, more secure, and more prosperous, with the understanding that they must be partners with the Congress. I proudly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished Vice Chairman of the National Security and Related Program Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please accept my compliments for all you've done to help make appropriations great again. I've certainly enjoyed watching the statesmanship, the bipartisanship, and bringing the appropriations process back to its relevancy. Mr. Speaker, turning to the NSRP bill, I would like to say that this bill reflects a clear understanding that putting America first also means leading abroad with strength, accountability, and purpose. It strengthens our diplomatic and security tools. It reinforces our alliances and counters adversaries who seek to exploit instability around the world. It sends an important message that strong alliances require shared responsibility. Our partners must contribute to their own defense if they expect continued support from the United States, protecting American taxpayers while keeping our alliances credible. It also reinforces accountability in our own hemisphere by standing up for American companies and the rule of law. Just as important, this bill cuts off funding pathways that could benefit the Taliban and other terrorist organizations, and it continues to shine a light on Russian atrocities in Ukraine, including the abduction of Ukrainian children. This legislation reflects American leadership, strength, and moral clarity, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Now, Mr. Speaker, while the FSGG bill contains many important provisions, I'd like to touch base on one key provision that's important to the folks back in North Carolina. This bill is about accountability, and nowhere is that clearer than how it addresses the United States Postal Service's failure in western North Carolina. Nearly a year after Hurricane Helene, 5 post offices in my district remain closed. forcing families, seniors, and small businesses to drive 30 minutes or more just to access.
Gentleman's yielding an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. That's why I fought to include two provisions that bring real oversight and real answers. First, the United States Postal Service is now directed to report to Congress within 90 days a concrete plan to reopen and restore service, including in Western North Carolina. Second, the Postal Service Inspector General must submit a specific reopening plan for facilities closed due to Hurricane Helene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee, Ms. Mang.
Gentlewoman's yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the 2026 National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Act. I want to thank Ranking Member Mario Diaz-Balart and Ranking Member Lois Franco and their team for their hard work on this bill. America is at a fork in the road in our international affairs. Over the past year, our soft power has been decimated. Millions of people in need have been recklessly cut off from vital assistance. Billions of dollars in life-saving health and food supplies purchased by American taxpayers have been stranded in supply chains or worse, destroyed. Thousands of public servants, including many of my own constituents, who dedicated their lives to protecting our country and projecting our soft power, were fired. This bill isn't the one Democrats would have written if we were in the majority, but I want to share why I support it. First, it continues U.S. support for women around the world. Women are half of the world's population, but too many still face obstacles to economic opportunity, gender equality, and their fundamental freedoms. This funding has been a core pillar of U.S. assistance since the 1950s, and it is life-saving. Estimates suggest that each year it prevents 17.1 million unintended pregnancies and saves the lives of 34,000 women and girls who otherwise would have died from complications from pregnancy and childbirth. The UNFPA is a critical piece of that puzzle, too. This bill ensures continued funding for international organizations, including UNFPA. History has taught us that we cannot bury our head in the sand and abandon the international community without consequences for our own national security. And we certainly can't afford to leave women and girls behind. With this bill, Congress is doing our part to make sure we don't. Second, this bill protects U.S. leadership and taxpayer investments in global health, including scientific, medical, and agricultural research in my home state of New York. It funds PEPFAR, which fights HIV/AIDS, well above the President's anemic request. Since 2003, this program has saved over 26 million lives. It also includes funding for programs that support the health of moms and children and fights other infectious diseases that know no borders, like tuberculosis. Third, it takes steps to further American taxpayers from waste, fraud, and abuse perpetrated by this administration. It maintains important directives on education, conservation, and water, sanitation, and hygiene programs. It reins in the Trump administration and reasserts congressional oversight on the uses of funds by increasing transparency requirements, and includes provisions I champion to make sure life-saving commodities and supplies purchased with U.S. taxpayer dollars can't simply be destroyed. While this bill won't right every wrong, it represents Democrats and Republicans.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield the gentlewoman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman would be extended an additional 30 seconds. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. While this bill won't right every wrong, it represents Democrats and Republicans reaching an agreement that asserts Congress's authority, pushes back against this administration's overreach, and stands up for proven policies that have made our country and world safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back time. Gentlewoman reserves her time. Distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, the young chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished Vice Chairman of the Financial Services and our General Government Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lilloda.
And how much time was
2 minutes, Mr.
The gentleman,
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Long Islanders face some of the highest tax burdens anywhere in the nation. At the same time, America, with our $38 trillion in debt, needs to start to freeze and cut spending wherever possible. And when we deal with those financial issues, lawmakers in this body would be wise to protect important government services. Thankfully, the FY26 Financial Services and General Government Bill, which is on the floor today and cuts spending by $140 million, sends a clear message that Washington is doing its part to ease, not add to, our tax and deficit burden, all while protecting important government services. That is why I rise today in strong support of this bill. As Vice Chair of FSGG and under the strong leadership of Chairman Cole and Chairman Joyce, our subcommittee worked to deliver a disciplined funding package that addresses the real pressures facing families and businesses back home. This legislation provides $26.5 billion in discretionary funding to support economic growth, protect individual liberties, and ensure the institutions upon which Americans rely work more effectively for them. This bill strengthens our financial system and economic security. It responsibly funds the Department of Treasury, including critical investments in cybersecurity, financial crimes enforcement, and oversight of our adversaries' investments. It preserves community development funding to help small businesses and manufacturers on Long Island grow, create jobs, and strengthen supply chains without raising taxes. This legislation also protects taxpayers by modernizing, not weaponizing, the IRS. It cuts excessive enforcement funding by more than $1 billion and prohibits the IRS from targeting Americans for exercising their First Amendment rights. The bill also strengthens our defenses against foreign criminal networks. In addition to nearly $300 million for the high-intensity drug trafficking areas program, the bill strengthens the Treasury's counterterrorism and financial intelligence efforts, cutting off funding streams used by cartels, traffickers, and bad actors.
The gentleman is yielded an additional 30 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, the FY26 bill, FSGG bill, reflects the values Americans sent us here to uphold, and I urge support of the bill. And I thank the chairman for his leadership and for yielding. I yield.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. The distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlewoman yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I rise in strong opposition to a narrow-minded, short-sighted amendment that's going to be offered to this bill on the National Endowment for Democracy, prohibiting funding for that important organization. By limiting NED's appropriation, U.S.-based nonprofit organizations, local partners, and frontline democracy defenders in dangerous contexts will be put in immediate jeopardy, undermining efforts to support emerging democracies and those resisting authoritarian rule like the brave protesters in Iran. In places like Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, Hong Kong, Tibet, Burma, and as I mentioned, Iran, NED provides vital resources for those advocating for freedom. This amendment would halt efforts to provide citizens with accurate information, exposing corruption and brutality of some of these regimes, and kneecapping protesters who are pleading for freedom. If we withdraw our support and abandon democracy defenders, we cede this ground to autocratic regimes which will eagerly step in to replace us and promote their own interests at our expense. This will devastate U.S. national security and the advancement of our democratic ideals. So I urge all of my colleagues to reject this terrible amendment when it comes up and show the rest of the world we have not lost our minds nor lost our way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman of Connecticut reserves her time. Distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Missouri and valued member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our chairman and our ranking member. Today we're voting on a two-bill appropriations package that funds financial services and national security State Department This bill keeps the government running, protects America, and respects the taxpayer. Two bills, real cuts, real security, and real governing, Mr. Speaker. Not bloated omnibuses, not last-minute shutdown threats or games, but members on both sides of the aisle who are actually doing the work line by line and in the open. This package cuts nearly $9 billion compared to last year. Financial services is flat funded. National security and state are cut by a whopping 16%. It is proof that we can fund priorities without growing our government. You know, we reign in Washington by cutting IRS enforcement back to Trump 45-era levels. Chairman Joyce blocked Democrat efforts to tie the administration's hands and help refocus spending so that taxpayer dollars only go where they actually make America safer. Chairman Diaz-Balart delivered DOGE-era USAID cuts while still funding national security investments. And in fact, I was honored to help Chairman Diaz-Balart retain some of these programs under the new banner of National Security Investment Programs at the State Department under the direction of Secretary Rubio. Bottom line, sir, if it's not having to do with our national security interest, we are not funding it. We fully fund CFIUS to stop foreign threats from buying up America, keep long-standing pro-life protections in place, and deliver a bill with no poison pills. This package keeps spending below the current continuing resolution and moves us closer to finishing all 12 appropriation bills. They said it couldn't be done. We're going to do it. Bottom line is, this bill delivers three critical things: safety, strength, and freedom. Two bills, real cuts, real security, real governing. A bill so good, the White House just endorsed it. And if I could have 30 more seconds, Mr. Chair.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman's yielded an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is so good, the White House just endorsed this bill, and I want to read the last paragraph. The administration urges the Congress to support this fiscally responsible bill and looks forward to working with Congress on the remaining appropriation bills to address key priorities and avoid another disastrous government shutdown. Mr. Speaker, I, along with Donald J. Trump and the White House and the OMB director, urge my colleagues to vote for this funding bill. Let's get her done. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma should be advised that the chair's advised him he has 9 minutes remaining. Distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Arkansas and chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill.
How much time is yielded? I'm sorry.
2 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's yielded 2 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank Chairman Cole, Chairman Joyce for their good work on our side of the aisle, and the committee at large for producing this constructive, good appropriations bill. I rise in support of the Financial Services, General Government, National Security Department of State-Related Programs Appropriation Act. This bill funds key government agencies that are focused on economic stability, fiscal responsibility, and national security. And as chair of the House Financial Services Committee, I'm proud that key provisions included in this bill were championed by our committee. My bill, H.R. 1474, the International Nuclear Energy Financing Act, expands U.S. financing tools for civilian nuclear energy projects abroad, helping U.S. companies compete globally while promoting safe and reliable energy as an alternative energy source from opposing nations. It requires the Treasury to advocate for nuclear energy assistance at the World Bank and other international financial institutions, including the establishment of nuclear energy assistance trust funds. It also includes in this funding package Congresswoman Salazar's H.R. 6892. This is a critical piece of the bill that authorizes a capital increase for the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB Invest, an arm of the bank devoted to private sector growth in Latin America. Empowering the IDB Invest, it helps expand opportunities for U.S. businesses and strengthens their economic partnership and footprint in Latin America and counters growing influence from our global competitors. We cannot overlook also, Mr. Chairman, the importance of adequate funding for the Securities and Exchange Commission, which are included in this bill. Strong capital markets are essential to American economic leadership, and ensuring that the SEC has the resources, clear rules, and effective oversight to carry out its mission is essential. I thank the chairman for the leadership. I appreciate the time today, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. Distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and my classmate, the distinguished gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Chairman Cole and Chairman Joyce. I rise in support of this appropriations bill, and I support that this bill invests in the National Endowment for Democracy. During my time in Congress, I've worked very closely with the National Endowment for Democracy's Executive Director, Damon Wilson, who is a great leader in democratic efforts throughout the world, and I can attest to the important work done under his leadership. The National Endowment for Democracy is a critical tool for ensuring that pro-democracy movements have the resources they need to counter authoritarianism and confront human rights abuses. Countries such as Ukraine, Bosnia, and Georgia face constant pressure and interference from Russia, and the National Endowment for Democracy is on the front lines of efforts to ensure democracy and Western values prevail. Additionally, the National Endowment for Democracy does important work to counter hostile authoritarian regimes like the Chinese Communist Party and the Iranian regime. It is important for us to support this American institution and organization, which is based here in Washington, D.C., that defends our interests around the world in some of the most challenging environments. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this American first legislation, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Connecticut.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is prepared to close.
Prepared to close as well.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized. The gentlewoman has 9.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that many within this institution and also outside of the institution thought that we could not get an appropriations process in the U.S. Congress back on track, that we would be unable to pass appropriations bills, and that we would face another potential government shutdown, and that we could not make the process work in the way that it has historically worked, which is Democrats and Republicans coming together to hammer out bills that meet the needs of the American people, and do this every single year, which it has done historically. And in a negotiation, no one gets everything that they want. You compromise for a greater good. And you need willing partners to participate in that effort. I believe that what we have done here is to show that the naysayers, that entrusting appropriations bills to appropriators, that we could get the job done. That is what we are doing. With 6 bills already passed and signed, 2 bills that we will pass today. It's 8 of the 12 appropriations bills, and I believe we are on track to pass all 12 bills by January 30th. You know, if we do not come to an agreement, there are 2 options. A continuing resolution, which we could all conclude is no way to run a government. And quite frankly, for me personally, I don't want to turn over the power of the Appropriations Committee to any executive, Democrat or Republican. I believe that that power resides within the power of that purse resides within the Congress. Or the second option is a shutdown, which, as we know, is the worst of all possible outcomes. Shortages, it hurts the American people, and it really shortchanges the American people. It puts them at risk, and it may satisfy a need or an urge that someone here has, but it doesn't reflect well on what happens to the American people. I think we have showed the naysayers, and it can be done. I want to compliment the chair of the full committee for understanding the need to reassert the constitutional power of the purse entrusted to the Congress through the Appropriations Committee, and that we do have to hammer out the bills in a civil way. Again, not for the purposes of the process, but for what the consequences are of these 12 bills and the services that they provide to the American people, whether it is agricultural and rural America, whether it's education and the ability of children to be able to succeed, whether it's health care, whether it's transportation, which in this case is our role in the world, and how we preserve our national security, what we do with our financial circumstances, what we do with our community development of financial institutions to help local communities be able to thrive economically. That is what is within the bills. It's not just a process. It is the content of these efforts which make that difference and provide what government is here to do, the opportunity for people to be able to succeed, to be able to thrive, to be able to take care of themselves and their families. The strategy and the strength of the Appropriations Committee and its work on behalf of the American people are the heartbeat of the U.S. government. I'm proud to support the bipartisan, bicameral bills that we have fashioned, and again give credit to both our Republican chairs, our Democratic ranking members, for the great work and their negotiating skills to get it done. And to the staff, and above all, I'm sorry to other staffs, but the appropriations staff is second to none. They keep our names on the door. They make it possible for these bills to pass. And so I would just say it's a good package. It reasserts Congress' power of the purse. It does rein in the administration. And it does, for me, protect key democratic priorities. I want to urge my colleagues to support these bills today and to move forward as we continue to look at the next several bills that we have coming up so that we can, by January 30th, pass all of the appropriations bills and make a difference for the American people. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time. And I want to begin by, number one, thanking my very good friend, the ranking member of the full committee. As I said in my opening statement, this is a process, and we're a long way into the process now, thanks in large part to her efforts and certainly the efforts of the ranking members and the chairs of the two committees whose legislative work we're considering today. Important to recognize that these bills together reduce funding. They actually reduce funding. So a CR would actually cost us more. They also update, refine, and change language that in some cases is 2 and 3 years old and simply out of date with the current circumstances. If we were to pass these bills in these respective areas, then that language would remain intact. I think it's important to recognize we're able to come to agreements in this way simply because we have a common commitment to a set of principles and a process that really isn't partisan in nature. I know my friend, Mr. Laura, and I know her colleagues believe very much in the Article I power of Congress. We assert that power by passing appropriations bills. And I want to commend my friends for working with us to do that. I know my friends also believe very deeply in the importance and the power of the Appropriations Committee. So do I. And the fact is, we know to get our job done, at the end of the day, it's going to have to be bipartisan and it's going to have to be bicameral. And a lot of people are going to have to move or give up some things that they feel very strongly about for the greater good of making sure that the government of the United States is appropriately funded. And we do it in a way that again, as my good friend Mr. Hoyer said, not the bill any of us would have written individually, but the point is it's a collaborative effort of give and take that's produced something that the vast majority of us can and will vote for today. Now, this is 8 bills into this process. We have a big job in the few days ahead of us till the end of the month, but I share my friend, the ranking member's confidence that we can get that job done and that we can be back here and find a way to put all these bills in front of this chamber for their consideration and also pass them and make sure the government of the United States is funded, again, on a bipartisan, bicameral basis through the balance of this fiscal year. So I share my friend's pride in the product in front of us. I know if she got to write it all by herself, it'd look a little bit different. She knows if I got to write it all by myself, it would look different. But the point is, this is one we got to write together and give and take. And I'm very proud that this committee got every one of its bills out of committee, has sat down and worked with our colleagues in the other chamber on both sides of the aisle, and has produced a product that we know we have broad consensus on. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to end by, again, commending all those involved. And my friend, Ms. Delora, always makes a point of how important the staff is in this process. And that's absolutely true. While a lot of people were celebrating the holidays, and appropriately so, that wasn't true if you worked on the appropriations staff, unless you were one of the lucky 3 that got their bills done last year. They had a Merry Christmas. Everybody else was working through the Christmas holidays to produce these products. It's enormously complex, and there's a lot of work involved, and an extraordinary amount of work for the staff. So, again, I share my friends' pride in their efforts and gratitude for their success. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to urge the passage of H.R. 7006 and also remind folks, not quite done. We've got a lot to do in the next few days ahead of us. But this helps set the precedent, and it helps move the process along that gives us a much better chance of success as we deal with these final critical bills and make sure that we both avoid a shutdown and give the American people assurance that the government will be functional, operational, and working in a bipartisan, bicameral process between now and September 30th of this year. With that, I urge the passage of the legislation before us, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of orders against provision in the bill are waived. No amendment in the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 119-445. Each amendment printed in the House Report 119-445 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now time to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 119-445. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 119-445, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 992, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Excuse me just one moment. Maryland will claim time in opposition. The distinguished gentleman from Texas is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the Speaker. I want to thank the Chairman and the Ranking Member for getting these bills to the floor in a semblance of regular order, as I described in the Rules Committee yesterday. We rise to offer 2 amendments today, one of which is the amendment that I'm bringing forward right now. And that amendment is dealing with what we call general government, that portion of funding that deals with a number of areas, including our judges, including how judges are funded. And one of the issues that we've been addressing is the extent to which the president, who is elected to fulfill a mandate, has been carrying out policies that he believes fulfills the mandate the American people gave the president, and that members and my colleagues on this side of the aisle believe should be fulfilled. And yet there have been judges who have been putting their personal preferences and their activist tendencies in front of the will of the people and in front of the policies that the president is putting forward in such a way that raises questions about whether they're carrying out their jobs responsibly and in accordance with normal judicial ethics and procedures. Therefore, I offer this amendment that would reduce the budget of the district court, the D.C. District Court and D.C. Circuit Court, by 20% and would take away the staff funding for Judges Boardman and Judges Boasberg, because these two individuals have been particularly egregious in their contempt of the president and putting their personal views in front of their duty as judges to carry out the jobs that they hold. And I will now reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The distinguished gentleman from Maryland has claimed his opposition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for recognizing me. I presume this is a message amendment. I presume that because I know that the gentleman who offered it is bright, knowledgeable, and knows this amendment is clearly unconstitutional. I'm sure he's read the Constitution. He talks about it from time to time. And of course, the language of the Constitution is very clear. For exactly the reason that the founders did not want us to be able to monetarily penalize them for judgments with which we disagreed. Because they wanted an independent judiciary, a nation of laws, not of men, a nation of laws that are not compromised by threats of cutting salaries, changing lifestyles, so that the judiciary would be unlike England, who had a king who made the laws, that it would be the Parliament and the courts. So I would suggest that we withdraw this amendment, with all due respect to my friend from Texas, because surely he would not want to go against the Constitution of the United States of America. I also want to say that I am honored to serve as the ranking member. I'd rather be chairman, but I'm honored to serve as the ranking member with a distinguished member of this body, Mr. Joyce. And if he would like me to yield to him now, I will. If not, I want to thank him for his leadership of our committee, which has been collegial and positive, and I think has led to this resolution today. But I urge strenuously, and by the way, let me mention to the gentleman from Texas, he is protected by the Constitution of the United States.
Gentleman will yield.
Exactly
the gentleman will yield.
Done to
gentleman
him.
will yield. The gentleman to the chairman, and I admonish.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman, Mr. Sessions from great state. I want to tell him that the gentleman who offered this amendment is protected by that same Constitution of the United States from having this done to him. And surely he would want to do unto others as he would want done to him. I urge strenuously the defeat of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for his time.
Well, I thank my friend from Maryland, and I wish him well in his retirement, and we look forward to regaling that retirement often over the next 10 months. But I would just note that I'm reminded of the line in A Few Good Men when they say, strenuously object.
The gentleman will confine his remarks to the chairman. The gentleman is recognized.
I'm reminded of that line in A Few Good Men when they talk about strenuously objecting, and somehow that makes a more emphatic statement. But I would also remind my colleagues that the way we have drafted this bill is to reduce the budget by 20%. Nowhere in the Constitution does it stipulate the amount of money
The gentleman will yield.
The gentleman
will yield. The gentleman will confine his remarks to the chairman. If I need to remind the gentleman of the rules, please let me know. The gentleman will confine his remarks and his vision to the chairman. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, at some point, we might be able to get an argument out in some sort of fashion where the American people can see it. I would actually be able to appreciate to engage somebody on the House floor. And the fact of the matter is, if I can actually keep my train of thought, Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that this has been drafted specifically to avoid the constitutional question that the gentleman from Maryland raises. It was directed at the budget. Nowhere in the Constitution does it talk about the budget, and it was directed at the staffs. It was not directed at the judges. And with that, I will yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
you know, nationwide injunctions, Mr. Chairman, are highly disfavored. There was a time that people across both sides of the aisle here recognized that. Well, a certain judge named Boasberg continually exercises those nationwide injunctions. And that wouldn't necessarily be a problem, except for he has repeatedly displayed bias and partisanship. For instance, without substance or evidence, he complained to Chief Justice Roberts that he didn't think President Trump would comply with judicial orders. That displayed his bias, Mr. Chairman. That displayed his partisanship. Without legal authority, Judge Boasberg, and without precedent, he ordered the government to turn planes around that were in an international airspace conducting a military operation, and that's what he insisted upon. The appellate court rejected Judge Boasberg's theories regarding that incident, but you know what Judge Boasberg did? He didn't care what the appellate court said because he is biased, he is prejudiced. What he said, but Judge Boasberg ordered the Trump administration to come in and explain further why they violated what he felt was his authority, which the appellate court said was not rational. Judge Boasberg is the one that issued surveillance subpoenas against members of this body and the United States Senate, and against federal law, sir, against federal law. Judge Boasberg issued non-disclosure orders. And that is why
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman's yielded 15 additional seconds.
So when we see this pattern, and we know that he has displayed and said he has bias against President Trump, he no longer is a fair arbiter, and he must be reckoned with.
The chair would advise the gentleman from Texas, you have 1 minute remaining. The gentleman from Maryland would have 2 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll yield myself 1 minute just so I know.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
The gentleman has raised a point. He's carefully drafted this amendment. His rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, however, has been, and the other gentleman who spoke, about an individual, about a judge. Their effort is to do indirectly what the Constitution says they cannot do directly. This Congress ought to recognize that the Constitution clearly had in mind you cannot do this, directly or indirectly, when the expressed intent of the outcome of the adoption of this amendment is to cut the salaries of judges with whom they disagree. That will not be a nation of laws. It'll be a nation of men. And that we should eschew, Mr. Leader.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman still has 1 minute remaining, I believe. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I will yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In January, just days into the president's first term, Judge Deborah Boardman issued a nationwide injunction using a deeply flawed legal grounds against the administration's birthright citizenship order. Months later, Judge James Boasberg attempted to halt the lawful deportation of violent Tren de Aragua gang members, even ordering a removal flight to turn around in midair. These are not isolated incidences. The D.C. federal courts have become ground zero for lawfare. This amendment sends a clear message: unelected judges are not policymakers, and taxpayers should not be forced to fund judicial activism. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Has expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Maryland has 1 minute remaining. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Inquire how much time is remaining.
The gentleman has 30 seconds remaining.
I thank the chairman. We created this court. We can dissolve this court. We can determine the funding for this court. The fact of the matter is, we have a situation right now where judges abuse their power, plain and simply. And the D.C. Circuit Court and the D.C. District Court is the locust of that abuse. In particular, they've harassed staff members because people raise a question about why you'd zero out staff. Well, I tell you, ask Dan Scavino, ask Mark Meadows, ask a number of the people that have been targeted and were harassed by these judges and January 6ers. We should make amends. We should not fund this court to continue its lawlessness.
Has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would again urge the rejection of this amendment. It is clearly designed to alter opinions based upon the threat of being reduced in monetary ability to proceed. They disagree with the judge. There is a way to go about that. It is to appeal, not to threaten financial retribution. For the sake of our democracy and the sanctity of something that makes America special, a justice system that works, unrelated to threats of retribution. And I urge the defeat of this amendment.
Gentleman yields back his time. All time is yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed.
Speaker.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 16, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. I didn't hear you. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 119-445. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 119-445, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 992, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes now the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to defund the National Endowment of Democracy. Although its name suggests a force for good, its mission has drifted far from its Cold War origins. This is a classic tactic of the swamp where bad policy and corruption hide behind a noble title. I want to thank Mr. Mike Benz and other patriots. We've learned that this organization has engaged in global censorship, domestic propaganda, and regime change politics. It has worked to crush populist movements, fuel color revolutions, and run off-the-books operations with plausible deniability. The Trump administration attempted to defund it earlier this year, but that was reversed because Congress had previously approved it. Now is our chance to change that. I urge my colleagues to prevent taxpayer resources from funding this rogue organization that works against our nation's interests. With that, I reserve.
Reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Florida, for what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in strong opposition to this amendment.
A woman from Florida will be recognized in opposition for 5 minutes. Gentlewoman's recognized.
I speak again today as the mother of a son, a United States Marine veteran who came home from 2 wars. One lesson I carry with me is this: the conflicts that put our sons and our daughters in harm's way almost always arise in places where democracy has failed or never taken root. This amendment would strike funding for the National Endowment for Democracy and core democracy provisions in the bill, and this would be a serious mistake and a dangerous retreat from American values. For decades, these programs have supported free and fair elections, independent journalism, civic participation, and access to truthful information, tools that help societies resolve disputes without violence. In Ukraine, democracy programs help document Russian war crimes against women and children. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, they fight corruption and strengthen the rule of law. In Pakistan, they promote religious tolerance and protect minority communities. And around the world, they expand women's participation in political life, one of the strongest predictors of long-term stability. These investments are not charity, they're prevention. They save American lives, taxpayer dollars, and future troop deployments by reducing the likelihood of conflict, extremism, and mass displacement that ultimately demand United States intervention. From the streets of Iran to fragile democracies under pressure, brave people are risking everything for dignity, for freedom, and a voice in their future. These are the people that these programs support. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and stand up for democracy and for American leadership around the world. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for those remarks and also thank her son for serving in the armed forces. I, too, served in the armed forces, went on 3 wartime deployments, and I can tell you I didn't fight for any of this. Global censorship, domestic propaganda, regime change politics, and many other things that this organization is doing. I'd like to yield 45 seconds of time to my colleague from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
The gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this amendment that ends federal funding for the National Endowment for Democracy, a program that Elon Musk, while leading Doge, publicly said it was a scam, that it was rife with corruption and an evil organization that should be dissolved. President Trump and his administration attempted to do that, and yet here we are trying to fund it. This program was sold to the American people as a force for advancing freedom, but instead it has become a foreign slush fund. Let me be clear. Americans should not be forced to finance political outcomes in countries where they have no voice, no vote, or no oversight. This is not America First, but a scam under the disguise of foreign policy. Under no circumstances should Congress put foreign governments ahead of those that we were elected to serve. The United States must lead by example. This means not managing the political affairs of the rest of the world on the backs of the American taxpayer, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
I reserve.
Lady from Florida.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the chairman of our NRS subcommittee, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before anything else, Mr. Chairman, I want to tell you what I've told Mr. Crane privately, I want to say it publicly, I revere his service to the country. And so we must always thank those who served, and he served honorably. On this amendment, the bill that we're debating right now substantially reduces spending while strengthening our national security. Part of the strategy is to ensure that the most effective tools to achieve this objective are strong and ready to deliver, including the National Endowment for Democracy. Now remember, NED was a brilliant initiative from President Ronald Reagan to fight communism and enemies abroad. And it succeeded, strengthening democracy forces from within and helping to really just get rid of the Berlin Wall. Today, the adversaries of the United States are still there, and they threaten democracy and freedom all over the world. And NED, just as envisioned by President Reagan, is indeed once again on the forefront of fighting the enemies of the United States. NED and democracy programs have been supporting those struggling for freedom in the most repressive places in the world: Iran, China, Cuba, Venezuela. The people are hitting the streets, and NED is there with them. Those who are anti-American tyrannies are where NED is effective, and that's where we need them now the most. At this pivotal time, America cannot turn its back to those who are courageously fighting, advocating for freedom around the world. There is nothing better for our long-term national security than democratic transitions within those anti-American dangerous regimes around the globe, and NED is a pivotal part of that, which is why, with great admiration and respect to the sponsor of this amendment, I must ask for a no vote. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 45 seconds to my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my friend Representative Crane's amendment. And I take umbrage with the last comments made. If this was such a doggone great program, then why has it been unauthorized by this body for more than 20 years? The reason is it's lost its moorings. It's wandering around. It hasn't complied with transparency requirements. It more closely resembles covert political operations designed to entangle the United States in foreign disputes and undermine diplomatic efforts than support them. Their board and staff overwhelmingly donate to Democrat candidates, and they even demanded the removal of Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from the board for defending President Trump, a clear sign of ideological capture. And that is the biggest problem. They've lost their way. They cannot be trusted. We should not give them another dime. Yield back.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. The National Endowment for Democracy supports initiatives for which many of my Republican colleagues proudly proclaim their support. Advocates in Iran, supported by NED, have been instrumental in documenting the brutality of the Ayatollah's regime. Over the last several days, we have seen some of the most egregious acts of violent repression in decades, as thousands of Iranian protesters take to the streets. The work of groups backed by the National Endowment for Democracy is more important now than ever. The only people who benefit when we pull back our support for democracy advocates around the world are the dictators and the despots who oppress them. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose this amendment and hold firm on the agreement that we negotiated. Thank you, and I yield back.
From Florida's time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 45 seconds to my colleague from Florida, Ms. Luna.
The National Endowment for Democracy needs to change its name to the National Endowment for Censorship. I hear if we defund programs in Pakistan, Congo, and Ukraine, all of which Pakistan has election fraud, Congo has 40,000 child slaves in cobalt mines, and Ukraine is jailing Christians, well, then we're simply despots and part of the problem. But I disagree. In fact, we have proof that NED actually was a part of deplatforming President Trump, which I don't think the president would take kindly to Republicans supporting this efforts. Not to mention their head makes close to $500,000 a year. I encourage encourage my colleagues to not vote for this. It's a farce. It's nonsense, and our taxpayer dollars should not be going towards it. Thank you. I yield my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. Gentleman
I want to
from
now
Arizona.
recognize my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from Arizona and the chairman of the committee for his hard work on this bill. I support this amendment because you think about the National Endowment for Democracy. You think the United States is working productively in places like Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela. But if we are, let's face it, we've been an abject failure. Let me tell you where your tax dollars are really going. Where they have been going is to pressure advertisers to demonetize and suppress American political speech by naming the 10 riskiest sites to include the New York Post, the Federalist, Newsmax, the Blaze, the Daily Wire, Real Clear Politics, Reason, One American News Network, the American Spectator, and the American Conservative. Mr. Speaker, 98% of the political donations coming from the National Endowment for Democracy go to the Democrat Party. This is your taxpayer dollars paying for socialists and communists to subvert the American system, and it ought to be stopped. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, time check.
5 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a vote against this amendment is a vote to preserve the status quo, censorship, unrest, and erosion of our values. The American people may be busy, but they are not stupid. With this vote, they will see clearly who is fighting for them and who is not. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the rest of my time.
Yields back the time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amended offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. What do we have next? For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
The Committee of the White House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 7006, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 7006 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.